Up, super fam.
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reactions. You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controllable.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films.
Pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update.
Or movie reviews.
We love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying.
That was pretty awesome.
Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. Sorry about that. What is up, super fam and bro vengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. I am super excited today because today is the day where we will be going over the final chapters of The Eye of the World, The Wheel of Time, The Eye of the World. I am so excited to go over these last couple of chapters. I mean, this book has been honestly incredible all along the way. It has just been so fantastic. And this ending, I am so excited to get into book 2. Like, that's kind of how I feel. It's like, all right, now let's get into book 2. But still, I had a wonderful time with this, and I think all of you guys probably had a wonderful time with this book as well. We will be getting into all of those good things as we do. But if you haven't already, make sure you follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing we may be partaking in at that particular time. And then, of course, wherever you listen to your podcast, go listen to ours too, because it's definitely there for you guys to get enjoy at your leisure, if you will. All right, man. Like I said, I'm excited for today. I think we're going to have a really good time today to talk about this finale, the book finale, if you would. I don't know what else you call it. I mean, it's the end of the book, but I feel like the finale is definitely for shows, but I feel like this book is definitely a finale. Like, it is finale worthy. You know what I mean? This was definitely a season finale right here of what we just got. And we're going to talk about it more, of course. And I'm pumped, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm pumped. I got my handy dandy notebook as usual. I got the pages of notes here. I loved every single thing about this. And yeah, I really had a good time. And I'm really excited to get into it a little bit more. So, first and foremost, let's see. So if you guys don't know how we do things around here, it is structured in a pretty easily digestible way, in the form of, we start with our chat talk, where we just kind of chit chat, go back and forth, and talk about all the stuff that we, kind of like, just talk about the surface level things, see how your guys' days went, talk about my day, see how we're all doing, get a good old temperature check going, and then we do a little chat talk. Well, that's already chat talk. That's what I was talking about. But then I'll go into my overall thoughts of, these chapters that we have kind of went through, and enjoyed. And then after we go through those overall talks, we'll start jumping in chapter by chapter and do that big review and discussion at the for the final parts, basically. So like I said, I'm really excited to continue this and to talk about all the good vibes, and I really hope you guys are too. This series has been so fun, just week after week. It's been amazing. And, you know, it took us a while to get it started, but now that it's been started, we've been going, we've been flowing, and man, has it just been a really fun time. And I think these book clubs have been a highlight to the week for me, for sure, and I hope it's also been something you guys have been able to look forward to. I know it's been a little bit later in the night, in the day, because a lot of you guys are on the East Coast, and me, I'm a West Coast baby, or y'all are somewhere with a different time zone. So I appreciate everyone that's even been coming back to catch it on the replay, even though it'd be super late for you guys when we are, you know, kind of checking it out and enjoying it and all that good stuff. I definitely appreciate everybody still, you know, coming back to have a good time with us, for sure. It's definitely, like I said, highly appreciated. You guys are awesome, and I am super excited to continue to, you know what I mean, continue to get it going and to get it vibing. Ladies and gents. Let me see if I can. There we go. Light was a little harsh there. Let me turn this one down too. There we go. That's a lot better. That light was bright, baby. But yeah, man, that's all the good things I wanted to say about all that good stuff. And yeah, let's jump into chat and see how you guys are doing. You see the what is it, the poll that's now active. Let's get another poll going as well, actually, before we jump into chat, because I want to know which one of these chapters from the last segment that we have here was your favorite. That's definitely my big question for today as well, is which one was your favorite chapter. I'm pretty sure I can guess which one was everyone's favorite chapter, but there's still a lot of opportunities here for each one of these chapters in this segment to kind of be your favorite, or at least one of them. Because these last couple of chapters, what was it, 6 that we went through? Yeah, these last 6 chapters were really wonderful, and I had a good time with each one of them. And you guys said I was going to be confused. You were correct about that. I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, I was just looking left and right, and I was like, what the is this? Like, what, holy what the you know what I mean? Like that. It was so, I was like, bro, what's happening? Like, and then it was over. And I was like, okay, we'll get into it more. But I was just like, what's happening here? Can someone hold me? Let's complete that poll from last week. And let's start this new poll here. And we're going to go. Oh, nope. There we go. Bam. Let's start that poll. Let me know how y'all feeling. What was your favorite chapter of this segment, ladies and gents? Okay. We got plans for full book recap next week before we start another. Yo, what's up with it, KP? And of course we do, my brother. I'm telling you, man, you're so close. You on your way to getting modded, my man. You've been coming through week after week. Definitely appreciate the love and support. You know, coming through with the timestamps as well. Yeah, I'm telling you, Bane. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yo, Sensei, this ending is wild. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. What's up with it, ACM? And I'm telling you, my thoughts is ready. I got so many things to say. I got the handy dandy notebook. I'm telling you, you can't really. There you go. I'm telling you, I got like pages and pages front and back in this thing because I was like, yo, what's going on? What's happening here? I was bro, and I really like taking notes. I really wish I would have been taking notes throughout the duration of the book, basically, because I just think it helps me digest it a little bit better, and then I'm like asking questions as we go, and then certain questions get answered, and I'm like, oh shit. Like, you know what I mean? I think I just really like that. So I'm gonna have to buy a book club notebook just so I can have all my book club stuff in there, because I really liked having I really like taking notes throughout this book. And I wonder if I might even start doing that through my watch parties and stuff too, because there's just certain things where I'll be like, what? But I don't want to, but when you're looking down, it's different from reading, and you know what I'm saying? It's different from reading and you know what I mean? So I'll see. Get hype, big hype. What's up with Mara Sue?
Hello there.
What's up, girl? How you doing? I know you said something at like 12 o'clock. You said something so early that YouTube won't even let me click the comment. So what's up with it? Much love to you, Mari Sue. I know you're hyped, yo. Green Man. Okay. So before I get into that, the question is, do you think the Green Man would have worked in the show? If your answer has been yes, let me know why in the comments. If your answer is no, also let me know why in the comments. I expect a dissertation. We need max words on that. There is neither beginning nor I didn't even read your comment. Green Man wouldn't have worked, but I'm still mad he was missing. I agree with that, Marisu. I think I agree with it, but I really wish we would have got to see him. That's what I'll say. I really wish we got to see the Green Man because I loved every aspect of what we got from in the book of pertaining to him. It was super awesome. I don't know if anyone watched the movie or read the book, because I know the movie is based off of a book, but it's called The Green Knight. And in The Green Knight, he like fights this tree being, and I know that's probably not what the Green Man looked like, but that is what I envisioned as soon as I heard the Green Man and started getting a little bit more lore around him as well. It was like, oh, it's kind of like, it was just kind of like, yo, the Green Knight, you know what I mean? Maybe that's where that inspiration came from for Robert Jordan, because I know he took a lot of inspiration from real world things, and while I don't know if the Green Man was necessarily a real world thing, I haven't read the actual book that the movie is based off of, but the movie is crazy. Definitely not what we expected when we went into the theater, but when coming out of it, we were pretty pleased. But still, that's kind of the vibes that I got from that, and I want more. And it's kind of sad that we won't get more, but I also love how that just was weaved into the story, very subtly, but also purposefully. There's a lot of subtle purposefulness. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what else to say other than that. And I don't even know if I said anything just now. There is neither beginning nor end. Let the dragon ride again on the winds of time. Like, this book was just a joy. If the show had 12 plus episodes and no COVID-19 interruption, Green Man could have worked. I think Green Man could have worked under the right circumstances as well. I don't think this show has been created under the right circumstances. Honestly, I don't think any project that we're going to get until like 2030 is going to be made under the right circumstances with all the stuff that's going on in all facets. But still, it's been crazy interesting to see just how this story has continued to grow and mold and become what it is now. I just really appreciate it, and I'm having it's awesome. And I think the show could have done it. I think the show could have done a lot of things to be more faithful, but I'll get into that when I start talking about, how I feel about it. When it's my overall thoughts time. Made it to the start. We'll see how long we last. Yo, what's up with the KP again, man? Definitely happy to have you around. Can't wait to hear how confused or unconfused you were. You've surprised me before. I think I was a good amount of confused and a good amount of not confused. You know what I mean? We'll get into that as well. But honestly, I was like, I did have to. I think I restarted the chapter. I think I restarted chapter 48. No. I think I restarted chapter 49, maybe. Because I was like reading, and then I was just like, wait a minute, what the hell just happened? And then I had to go back, and then I was like, oh. So, yeah, I was confused, but I don't think I was confused because I didn't understand what was going on. I really was confused because I missed a piece of information on the first go through. Like when I was reading it the first time, I missed like I don't know what happened, but I missed a key part of the information. And then it made the next couple of things that were going on. I was like, what the, how? And then I went back and I was like, oh, that's how. Still confused, but I understand. You know what I mean? Like it's a purposeful confusion. It's not what is going on here. The key is caffeination. Facts. I'm probably gonna need my coffee warmed up once we start getting into the chapter by chapter stuff. Oh, we're diving into book 2. Yeah, we're gonna dive into book 2 for sure. I think, cause what is it? I think we might start book 2 in March, like the first week of March. We can start book 2 because next week we're gonna talk about the entirety of the book, right? Like we're gonna talk about everything that like we loved in the book, and then the week after that we'll probably do something else Wheel of Time related, and then the week after that we'll do something else Wheel of Time related yet again. And then I think starting in March, going into book 2 is a good start. So then we can kind of plan out what we go through with that. So if you guys can, start letting me know what the segments are for book 2. And then I'll start being able to plan out how we do that and then actually start scheduling it within the weeks and stuff. And that's kind of something that I also want to do for the next book club is actually like plan every single book club for the entirety of the book club so you guys know when the streams are. And I really want to try to start at 6. It's been very hard to do that up until this point, but I think going into the next book club, since we have a better way of understanding how to do things, now I got my notes down and all this other stuff. I think now that we've kind of ironed out a little bit more, or at least we've kind of we've weaved the pattern a little bit more, if you will. I think now we have a better understanding of, how to kind of continue to weave the pattern from this point. Robert Jordan is known for his big ass endings. Yeah, this ending was big and yeah, this was a big ass ending for sure. I was gonna say this ending is big and ass, but it wasn't ass at all. But I was trying to like do a little play on words and it just didn't work. So womp womp. But I agree. Like this was a big ending and it was awesome. And there was a lot of the what the hell or pause. Hey, yo, there was a lot of that going on a couple of times. Like, I'm pretty sure someone said something about coming on a person's face or something. And I was like, whoa, what just happened? But it was just like the context was it was just wild. There was a lot going on. There was a lot of that going on within this book. And now that I know it, but I think I'm definitely going to get an AO counter. For sure, because we got to be able to, because the AOs are insane. You know what I mean? Like the AOs are just wild. We need to start betting on how many AOs there are. This isn't even the best ending of a book in the first half of the series, which is insane to me. Yo, like that is insane. The fact that this isn't even the best ending, right? And the way. Yeah, I have so much to say. I have so much to say. Yo, what's up with it, Sharice? What's up, girl? Oh, we having it.
Hello there.
I'll be having a good one. Not to hype up future volumes. Okay, that's exactly what you were trying to do. Definitely enjoying the addition to my Wednesday evening to fill out New Comic Book Day, and that's what I want to get into as well. So I kind of want my early I want early Wednesdays to be New Comic Book Day stuff, and then later in the Wednesday we do book club, and then kind of keep it all into like the reading material. Like Wednesdays is for because Wednesdays are always a lot more chill. So if we can kind of tie that into being like a really relaxed, not a really relaxed, but just a more chill part of the day. It's like it's the middle of the week, so I want to be able to go to my local comic book store and maybe even go live from there or something like that. I think that would be really awesome, and I think it would be really fun to do as well. And I've done stuff at the comic book store before, so I don't think it would be impossible to do that. And just going over the new comics, and that be like, we got book club, and then we also have comic book club, and that's really what I want to get into, and that's what I'll try to start doing possibly in those 2 weeks that we're off from doing like when we actually have reading on those Wednesdays. So it'll be like, okay, it's early Wednesday or whatever the time is. I don't know how New Comic Book Day has happened. I don't know about that because I've never done it before, but I want to get into it, you know what I mean? So we'll see how that works, and how that how we can rock with that. Do you let me get a 1 in the chat if you guys participate in New Comic Book Day? I guess that's the best way to say it. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you guys do participate in New Comic Book Day. Anyone else starting to collect the New Great Hunt comics? Is the New Great Hunt? Wait, is that the Wheel of Time comic? Is that what you're saying? There's like a New Great Hunt comic book? I need that. Wait, the poll resulted in a tie. Oh, that was the old poll. I was like, yo, what? Yo, that's crazy. The poll resulted in a tie between chapters 42 and 45 last week. That's wild. That's wild. I need to kind of go back and check out what those chapters were, because that's insane. I definitely never. I don't think I expected it to be a tie. That's wild. What were the chapters? That's interesting. Oops, let me mute my phone. Didn't mean for that to go off. Turns out magic from the perspective of someone who doesn't know magic is confusing. That really wasn't confusing to me. I really liked that. That was one of my favorite parts of everything, is the way that it was like, yeah, I love the way that was, explained. All of it. It made me I really appreciated the explanations that we were given. Much harder to take legible notes watching a movie than it is while reading or listening to audiobook. Yeah, that's facts. That's super fact. Because when you're reading, you can just be like, oh, what's that? And that's why I kind of want to get, I might start getting two books for real, and having the soft copy be like my notation copy, because I would love to be able to just kind of notate certain things or highlight shit, but I know that's kind of like blasphemy in the book world as well. So it's like, if I get a hard, paperback, paperback, I feel like is okay to like that's a spare copy. But the hard, the hardcover is the one that you want to, that's the one that you want to keep nice and saucy. I think it would be lit. I forgot to mute that. My bad. There we go. Who knows? Maybe we see him next season in the show. I find it unlikely, but we must watch to find out. This is a fact. In order to find out, we must watch. Jordan's Green Man takes inspiration from the same place the Green Knight of Arthurian legend does. Awesome parallel. Okay, so I was correct about that. Yo, look at that. You know, Sensei knows stuff. I know a little bit of stuff sometimes. You know, I'm a little cultured. That's awesome. I really love that. I love that parallel because it just works, man. It just works. And I kind of thought that the Ogier were almost a parallel to that at first, but the Ogier are just Ogier. Like, they are a parallel to nothing. I don't think there's anything in fantasy ever that has been even remotely similar to what the Ogier are. You know, I guess you can. I think the thing is with the Ogier is they are everything in fantasy wrapped into one. Like, they are all the species. They are the dwarves, they are the elves, and they are the ogres, all wrapped into one, one species. And I think that's what makes them so unique. You know what I mean? Like, in a lot of fantasy, the dwarves are the builders or whatever the case may be. And then the elves are the ones that do this. And then the ogres are the ones that are like this. And then you kind of have all of that history wrapped into one. And it works so well. You know what I mean? You get the building of the dwarves with the ancientness of the elves with the, the look of the ogres. And it's like, bruh, it just works together so well, and I love it. I just need more Ogier lore for sure. For sure, I need more. I wonder if we can try to do a book to show episode after. I wonder if we can try to do a book to show episode after full book recap. Oh, I see what you're saying. That actually might be the strat. I think I understand what you mean by that. Like, kind of comparing the book to the show, or comparing the show to the book, or being like, yo, these are the differences in the two. Do you mean something like that? I can work on the Great Hunt segments. Thank you. Please and thank you. Thank you and please. I'd love to get back into comic books, but I want someone like you to do the selection and quality control. Yeah, that's kind of I want to do that as well. I want the selection is very important, and I think quality of it is also important. And my boy Mike Beasy, he does a really good job of, like, hey man, check these comic books out because it's going to kind of coincide with what we're going to get within the MCU. So that's the vibe I want to do at the same time of doing New Comic Book Day. You know what I mean? It's like, so let's check out these other comic books, some old, some new, and then let's also check out New Comic Book Day and have kind of all these things coming together and coinciding with one another. I think it'll just take it to the next level and continue to grow what we're trying to do here, for real. I've been grabbing the new Great Hunt comics. They're super dope. Definitely gonna have to check those out. I'm not gonna lie. They sound super dope. They honestly do. My bad. 1 second. Boom. And then boom. My bad about that. But yeah, you know what I mean? That's a fact. I want to check out those Great Hunt comics. I want to check out all of them. I want to check out all of the everything. I know that they have the graphic novels, and I really want to check out the graphic novels. I think the graphic novels will be pretty incredible. I can only imagine, bro. I can only imagine. If they may not have this in the graphic novel, but if they have the prologue in the graphic novel, that will be probably my favorite part of it. Like, no cap. That is a way to start a graphic novel. I don't know if graphic novels have prologues and all that other stuff, or if they just do the chapters. But man, if they do have it, I am ready. I am ready for it. I am ready for it all the way. Dynamite did the prequel and book 1 and started book 2 this year. That's lit. They even have variant comics with shots from the show. Woo. Didn't know that. I bought the graphic novel versions of Eye of the World, but will probably do the individual comics for Great Hunt and let the wife buy the graphic novel bundles. Yeah, for real, for real. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. The New Spring graphic novel is pretty good. New Spring? Oh, that's one of the books. Yeah, that's how much I don't know. I didn't even know that there was a book called New Spring. I can't wait to do New Spring. Gotta wait a few books though. Damn. New Spring was definitely abridged, but Eye of the World was very faithful. Okay. Okay. I think that would be dope too, to even do like, hey, we just finished reading the book. All right, now let's read the graphic novel. That will definitely help pass some of the time, after we go through the Great Hunt. Right? Because once we get through book 1 and book 2, no matter what you guys say, I ain't reading until the new season gonna come out, and I hope that don't take too long. But that'll give us time to get into other books and all that other stuff, and then we can get into the graphic novels and jump into the comics and all that good junky looking bob. Right? It'll be a vibe. A vibe it will be. All right, yo. So I think that was a vibey chat talk. I'm not gonna lie. So now let us get into the overall thoughts. My overall thoughts. But before we do, y'all already know the vibe.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
All right. Now it is time for my overall thoughts. Going into this reading, man, for The Eye of the World, this was chapters 48 to 53. We went and finished it, right? So going through this, oh my goodness. It just had me at a loss for words, very much so. Of course, I was completely baffled by how different it was from the show yet again. I mean, it just keeps happening to me where I find out how different this is. It's like, holy, this is completely different from what happened in the show. And there was like parts of the notes where I wrote that down, like, oh my gosh, we're actually all together still. You know what I mean? We're not alone in this fight right now. Like, even though certain events happened and then we are, but still we weren't for the most part, and that just felt so good because of in the other story, it was very hopeless, man. Like in the show, everything was very hopeless. And then we figure out everything at the end of everything, all we did was let out Ishii. That was freaking hopeless, bro. Like it was like, goddamn, and we're all by ourselves. But in this, even when we felt hopeless, we knew we still had our boys with us. We knew we still had our friends with us as well. You know what I mean? We were all together, and it was just super awesome to have that going and to have that feeling of Rand not having to be alone through what was going on. But then it kind of finessed it, and then it was like, nah, he is alone though. Don't forget it. Neither of you forget it. That's how I felt. Excuse me. But let me put this over here. But still, like while going through it, it just felt really good. It felt good to not to have to go through this and not be alone. Like I can't stress that enough. I don't know why, but it felt like we were with everyone that was here. We were all here for the same reason, you know? And when you share that common goal, when you have that sense of camaraderie around you, it feels nice. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's something that Rand didn't like really care about in a sense. He was more nervous about everyone being around rather than being happy that everyone was, you know, around. And I was like, oh man, this is gonna be good. Like I knew just starting off that it was gonna be good, and good it was, right? So the more we continued down the story, and the more that we got introduced to the new this and the new that and the new this, it was just wild, man. The Green Man already, we had heard him here and there. I believe last week I was like, who the hell is the Green Man? And then you guys were telling me a lot that I was gonna have to waffo or raffo. I was gonna have to raffo. And it was worth it for the raffo. I'm not gonna lie. I was already talking about Green Man. That's what our poll has been about on YouTube. You know, the YouTube poll is about that. Like, who, you know, did you like that, or do you think Green Man could have been in the show or not? And we kind of talked about that a little bit. And I do feel he could have been in the show. I feel like he had a lot to offer in the show, and I feel like it was a lot better in this book that we got to spend so much time with everybody. And I understand that we didn't have the same amount of time in the show to spend with the characters, but as soon as they camped in the Blight, I was like, oh my goodness, this is great. Like, that, I don't know why, but those little things mean so much to me. And I think it's because I've already talked about this as well, but found family means a lot, and the adventure of a found family also means a lot for me. I just love those stories all the time. And that's one of my favorite things about Avatar: The Last Airbender, is they're going on these adventures and doing these things together, and when they're in danger together, and that's what matters. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they set the story off with at first. And in this story, we can clearly see that they need to be together through so many things, because there's a lack of sharing information. There's a lack of all these things kind of happening. So every time they do get together and kind of just talk about, not talk about their feelings, but basically talk about their feelings, it feels like, all right, these characters are now understanding each other a lot better, and we can now continue with the story because they're piecing the puzzle together. And that's just something that I just really appreciated. And just continuing on that fact, when we kind of get into when it comes to like the kingdom, not Malkier, I can't think of what the kingdom is. Man, I can't think of what the kingdom is called. But that kingdom, I love how we see it differently in this, right? Like, and in the show, obviously, they had to do it differently because of COVID and all of that stuff. But, you know, we had the huge standoff with the Aes Sedai and Nynaeve and Egwene, and all that stuff was going on. And it was kind of cool, but it kind of wasn't at the same time. And then in the book, though, it's like everybody is together and we're rocking and we're whooping ass. It's like, yes, it just felt so... It felt good, man. It just felt good. I really did have a tremendously good time with what we were doing here. Let me think. As I said, I love the Green Man. I love the Green Man and Loyal talking. Like, they were just two big old good friends, good old buds. You know what I mean? Just good buddies. And, you know, there's two big old good buddies that both talk slow, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the vibe that I get, is he's a slow talker just like Loyal. Ooh, that's lovely. You know, and that was really cool to see them both appreciate each other, and to also see someone that's more ancient than Loyal somehow, you know, to see Loyal treat someone the way everyone treats Loyal is awesome, because everyone is always like, oh, builder, and then he's like, Green Man, you know what I mean? Like, tree brother. Like, I love that. it felt lit, man. It just felt like it fit the universe. The world continues to build and continues to expand in front of us in such subtle ways, and every time it happens I get so much more enthralled and wrapped up in the story. And man, it just works so well. The story works so well, and I love it. I really love this. Oh, and then we get the crazy insane sexual tension between Lan and Nynaeve, and that was just I love them so much more. I think I love them more in the book, I think, but I like that we get to see it in the show. And I think their tension in the book though is a lot more heavy than it is in the show. Like in the show, it's obvious, right? It's like, oh yeah, they obviously love each other. They want to get together. Lan's freaking introducing her to his family and all this stuff is happening. I'm pretty sure that was all in the first season as well. So we didn't get that long drawn out experience between them, and going through this entire book and not seeing them kind of get together and kind of wanting them to get together, it definitely increases the sexual tension between the two. So whenever they do something in regards to each other or in proximity of each other, you're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, hold up, wait a minute. And I like that. It adds a little bit more to it. And then you have Rand and Egwene, and you got what they got going on. You know, there's a lot of these different aspects that all kind of move the wheel forward. And I love that kind of going on. And man, it's just like, woo, woo, woo. It just, yeah, it got me. It got me like, hey man, I want them to rock now. And then once we get to the end of the book as well, you know, we got those different things still happening between them, and all these things are going on, and it's like, oh, sucky now. What's going to happen next? You know, what's going to happen next? So that's something that I'm definitely looking forward to continue to experience in the book, because I don't think the show really dialed in on the tension at all. So, I mean, it's there for like a couple of episodes, but it's not there. It's more. I don't know what words or what terminology explains it the best, but I think it's done a little more subtly within the book, and in the show, it's a little bit more in your face of, hey, they want to get together. They're going to get together. But in the book, it's like, oh, they don't want to get together. They want to get together. You know what I'm saying? Like the way I'm glancing, you glancing. I look away when you look at me. Like, yeah, sir. Like they're rocking. They're going together. And then she's taking up his mannerisms slowly but surely, trying to be a little bit more like him. And bruh, what? Yes, that is a beautiful story within a story within a story, right? Because you got all these different things going on, and sometimes you don't want all the characters to end up together and all of that good stuff, but it's good to have these characters have this attraction, and then it kind of drive them to do things. And then later on in the story, we see how serious it is, to the point where Lan is kind of changing the way he would make a decision. He's pump faking because he's like, you know, like subtle moments. And to say all of it happens within a heartbeat, but still it happened. You know what I mean? Like, he's, no matter what, he stuttered. Even if it was a subtle stutter, he still stuttered. And that sticks with him. So now he's gonna be more standoffish, because he's like, bro, I almost slipped in what I was trying to do because I care about you, and that shouldn't be happening. I love it. I love it all. Like, yeah, I love it all. I love it all. Sign me up. Sign me up for book 2, ladies and gentlemen. Sign me up for book 2. Oh, shit. And then the freaking... All right, this will be my last thing for the overall thoughts, I think, and then we'll get into the book, because I really want to talk about each one of these chapters. And then the freaking Forsaken, baby. I was like, what the heck? I legit was at a loss for words when they pulled up, because they pulled up. It was two of them, and it was nobody that I knew. And that had me shooketh. I was like, oh my God, what's happened? What just happened? That's how I felt. I was like, what? I think I wrote it down. Too. We'll get into it. We'll get into it more. But literally, I was like, "Oh, there's two of them!" Like, bro, I was like, everybody, run! It's over, bro. I was like, I think I don't even know what's gonna happen next. Now, G, bro, some of the best. Like, and then the Green Man pulls up, bro. Oh my goodness. Hype levels through the freaking roof. I didn't know what to do. I was in here like, oh my God. Like it was going down, it was going up, and I was here for every single part of it, yo. I was here for every single part of it. I was like, Brandon, what? I was like, oh my God. It was amazing. Yes, it was amazing. And then, yeah, I was here for every single point, ounce, everything, yo. Everything. It was just fantastic. Oh, yeah. I'm excited, yo. I'm excited. Like, the way this book ended was insane. I had no idea what was going to happen to us. And it happened, though. And it's like, through this entire book, where we started this book at to where we are now when we finish it, I am amazed, yo. I am freaking amazed. Just everything was just so beautifully woven together. And it may be a little cheesy to even say that, but it's a fact. It's just what happened. It's just how it is. There is no other way to explain it. The story was constructed off of how the magic system is constructed, and that is the craziest shit that I have ever experienced in my life. Like, reading this book was literally like reading the magic. Like, you're reading you are watching the strings in real time get woven together tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And it's like, whoa, like, man, I just cannot even explain enough how fire this book was from start to finish. And I am so excited to get into this chapter by chapter talk that we're about to do. And then I'm also excited to really, really dive in to to the next book. Like, I have to not get the next book right at this moment, so I don't start reading it immediately, because that's how I kind of feel right now. Is the book ended with me wanting so much more that I need to kind of like, okay, I need to take a breather. I need to relax, and I'm probably going to reread this book again, actually. That's what I really want to do, is kind of go through a reread and just kind of digest every ounce of this again. Like, that's how this makes me feel. Like, I want to analyze it now. I'm ready to go into the analytical portion of the reading. You know what I'm saying? Man, it's just so good. All right, so those are my overall thoughts. Well, yeah, those are my overall thoughts. We're going to get back into chat a little bit, and then we will get into our chapter by chapter in-depth review and, discussion. So, let's see. New Spring is the prequel. Oh, no, I remember you guys telling me about the prequel. So how does that work? Did, like, Robert Jordan go back and write the prequel after, like, before, like, no, it couldn't have been after, because he was gone. I don't know why I said that, but uh, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, interesting. Where did that come from? Somebody, anybody, everybody, scream. This is a different turning of the wheel, for sure. Different turning of the wheel. You understand some of the show changes when you read future books, and that's how I was feeling as well. When I was like, there were certain parts where I was like, I wonder if this is gonna come across. Like, I wonder if they packed everything into the first season, because, like, now that I know what's in the book for the first book, like, the first season is packed full of like, it is packed to the brim with stuff. Like, it's actually packed with so much, no matter what. You know what I mean? Even if it's not like everything from the book, it's still packed with a lot of information, which is kind of insane, because I thought season 2 had so much more information. But knowing how much information this book 1 did and didn't have, it's like, it's kind of insane. It's insane. There's definitely a shift in what we need. I don't know. I don't know what to say, but there's a shift. You know what I mean? There's a shift there in what we got. And I want to read all the books so I can understand. And that's what I don't like, is now I have an itch to know a little bit, and I kind of got to chill out. Ooh, the glossary. I just remembered the glossary. Sorry. I was so happy just now. I can't wait to go through the glossary. Random comparison, but I've always felt the Walking Dead 16 episode format would be perfect for Wheel of Time. It has its fast-paced moments, but can afford to slow down too. That is a really good point. I think you hit the nail on the head with that. You hit the head on the nail with that, Mari Sue, because Walking Dead does have a really good format for the show. Even when you're binging it, or, you know, even if you were watching it as it was coming out, which I kind of was. I watched it as it came out. So those, having so many episodes, like you're saying, you're able to kind of breathe at certain moments, and when the fast-paced things are going on, you're in those moments, and it's very tense. And then when those moments are over, you're not in those moments anymore, and you're kind of more relaxed, and you're less tense. And then there's the thriller aspect that comes in as well. I think 16 episodes would have been really good for this show. I can't remember how many episodes House of the Dragon had. 10 episodes in House of the Dragon. I think even 10 episodes would have helped it. You know what I mean? I think even 10 episodes would have been good. I think even having 10 episodes would have been enough to dive into a couple things a little deeper and allow us to get more prepared for the future, you know, like to get more prepared for what's going to happen next. And I think that's kind of goes with what I'm saying now, is like, even with, there was so much information that we didn't get in season 1, and it was still chock full of things to the brim with information about things that are going to be coming later, you know? So they had to just shuffle the board in a really good way, or rearrange the board. Maybe not shuffle it, but rearrange it. I definitely wish Amazon would have given Watt 10 episodes. Yeah, 10 episodes I think would have been great. Let us spend more time with the characters in season 1. I think, ironically, I think we spent more time with the characters in season 1 than we did in book 1. I think I actually know. I think it's kind of wild, but I feel like we know the characters a little bit better in season 1 of the show than we do in the book, but at the same time, the characters are not the same. Like, Egwene from the show is not the same Egwene from this book. She is not at all. Like, she's not at all. Like, like at all. There's no similarities except liking Rand. But even in the show, it was like open that she liked Rand. They were like openly in a relationship. And in the book, it's like, are we gonna be in a relationship or not? Like, oh yeah, maybe we are, but no, maybe we aren't. You know, like things are very blatant. I think that's the difference. The things are very blatant in the show, and in the book, things are a little bit teased, but you have 14 books to kind of build these relationships and build these different strings and weave these different patterns together, as to where in the show you don't have as much time, you know? You have 53 chapters, 8 episodes. I mean, you know, even at 16 episodes with 53 chapters, that's still condensing a shit ton. So there's, no matter what, I think they probably did the best that they could have done with a massive series like this. But I can't stand on that statement until I have read the rest. So I got to leave the rest up to you guys on how you feel about it. Some people didn't notice the tension in the books? Really? Yo, it was like 50 Shades of Grey with them. Like no cap, it was getting tense. I definitely thought someone was going to get tied up before the book was over. I was like, yo, they are getting spicy, man. Like it was like and the breath and then I was like, oh shit. I was like, man, am I going to have to light a candle? That's how I felt, man. I thought it was going crazy. Man, for real, R.I.P. Greenman, for real. These were jobber forsaken. Thank you, Team 4-Star, for teaching me what a jobber is. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the hell that is. These guys sleep for 3,000 years and then immediately get bodied by a walking tree and a boy who doesn't even know he has magic. Hey, that's hella funny. And they thought that they was about to come through and do the damn thing. That was hilarious. This is why I hand out copies of these books like they're Gideon Bibles. Yo, what is a Gideon Bible? I don't know if Gideon Bible? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't think I've ever heard of that. By the way, you can read the glossary now, man. I think that might be a whole episode. That'd be episode 11 or 12. Let's read the entire glossary. You know what I'm saying? It's a couple pages. Ooh, it's a lot of pages. Yeah, I think it would actually be dope to kind of go over the glossary together. If you guys would want to do that, of course. I've had to buy a few book ones in my life due to handouts. Like, hey, you got to read this. And then they just never give it back because they just read it and keep it. Most of the glossaries are actually not that spoilery, but you never know when you'll hit one. And yeah, I believe that. And I think Marisu knows my brain is a very detective nerd brain. So reading the glossary will definitely give me hints at stuff. And it'll spoil a nerd like me. So I'll just listen to her word to stay away from it until the end. RJ wrote the prequel fairy tale between book 10 and 11. Oh, that's awesome. Book 7 is when the prequel was released. Now I gotta look it up. The Big White Book came out after book 7. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. Oh. Wiki saying between 8 and 9 for New Spring. I think I may have said 7 as what it feels when it's safe to read. New Spring has multiple release dates. It first came out in a short story compilation and was later released as an expanded novella. What the hell? Jobber is a wrestling term? The guy whose job it is to lose? Nah, that's insane. Books should never be borrowed. Always give them as gifts. Okay, that's a good thing to know. Still can't believe who killed. Wow. Wow. You know, all right, ACM. All right. Bet. Get you ready for them taxes, my boy? You ready for them taxes, my boy? All right, yo. Well, those are, like I said, those are my overall thoughts. And I'm glad to hear your overall thoughts as well. Wait, where is it? This one right here had me rolling. I love it. Definitely had me rolling. So I'm excited, man. I'm definitely excited to get into it tonight. I hope you guys are excited to get into it as well. And now it is time to get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion. I hope you guys are ready. I got my handy dandy notes here. I hope you guys got your notes too. Let's dive straight into it right now. All right, ladies and gents, and ladies. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Oh no, there was no audio? Oh man, it's okay. We'll run it again. All right. Attention class, if you would, please turn to page 686, where we will be going over
Chapter 48.
Oh man, I think I fumbled the bag. I did. Damn it. Let's try that again. Act like that didn't just happen. Okay, class, let's turn to page 4. Damn. One more time. Just give me one more chance. Please, give me one more chance. Okay, class, let's turn to pages 686, where we are going to go over
Chapter 48. The Blight.
Oh yeah. Got that first try. All right, man. The first thing that I wrote down was Batland. The first thing I wrote down was Batland, because I love the way that land is always explained. You know what I mean? Like, he is explained, like, you guys already said it, but he is literally Batman. Like, the wind whipped Land's cloak, sometimes making him hard to see, even in the sunlight. That is the dopest way to explain a person. Like, he is out here disappearing in the sunlight. I love it. I love it. I love it, yo. I love everything about Land. Bookland Bookland is amazing. I love Bookland so much. it's yes. Yeah, he's doing the damn thing for sure. And it's interesting to me that once they get to the border, okay, so they get to the border of the Blight, right? And one thing that I believe that I am getting a little not confused on, but I think I need a little bit of more clarification on it. The Blight took over Malkier, right? Like, that, where the Blight is now is where Malkier used to be, and that is why Lan is not technically a king, right? And that's why he is also technically a king, like, at the same time, right? Because the Blight took over his land, his kingdom, so he isn't a king, but he is a king, because the kingdom that he would have is now taken over by the Blight. Is that right, or did the land get destroyed in the Trolloc War, and then the Blight took over after that? Or am I just completely confused? But yeah, I love everything about them. I think these few chapters here made me love Lan even more. Not gonna lie, like, I already like Lan so much throughout this entirety of this book, but once we got to these last couple of chapters, man, it just hit home for me a little bit more. And I just really liked it so much more, especially the way that Robert Jordan chooses to sometimes call him the Warder instead of saying Lan, because it makes us remember that he's not this humanized person all the way. You know what I mean? Like, we're introduced to him as being this almost like how Batman is, this supernatural, larger than life character. And while we have got to know him a little bit more, it's like we still need to remember that he is that character, right? And that's why once we get to that end part, like with him and Nynaeve, it hits a little bit harder, right? I just love it. So I love that. And then, you know, each of us have a part in the pattern was a beautiful thing that was also said. They mentioned some steel serpents as well. And I just really love the way that Robert Jordan uses his terminology with different things. It just makes me very happy. And then we figure out that the Blight is like hot. I mean, we already were told that, but now we get to kind of experience, right? I think that's one of the things that I also really love about Robert Jordan is we get show and tell. Like, I know a lot of people when reviewing books, when reading books, when talking about books, they always say you need to show and not tell. And I think that the dope thing about Robert Jordan is he tells and then shows. And something just feels very rewarding about paying attention to these little tiny conversations that are had sometimes. Like, something might be mentioned like once or twice in a specific moment, and then if you remember that thing that was said later on in the book, you get a reward for that. You know, it's like here's a little treat for remembering what I said on page 272. And I just really am like, you know, it's like, yeah, I do remember what you said on page 272, and things like that. As a nerd, is awesome. So the tell and then show is just so, I think it's rewarding and fulfilling, because they say show don't tell, right? But telling and then showing just feels good, man, because it's like, yo, that's what that like, I think I said that last week too. Hey, that's the thing, you know, and that's how I felt within this, right? So the Blight is hot. We see them all kind of taking off their winter clothes because it's been winter for like 30 years when it's supposed to not have been winter. I know it hasn't been that long, but I'm over exaggerating, obviously. but still, they're like, man, the heat. We even see Loyal, Loyal with his soul patch down his chest. You know what I mean? And then this is another thing that I really just stood out to me a little bit more is how much Perrin is so much more of a badass in the book. You guys know that I love me some Perrin, okay? Perrin is probably my favorite character in the show and within the book, right? I'm not gonna lie, but like in the show, they did an okay job of showing us that Perrin becomes different. But when he gets compared to Lan in this chapter, that's when it's like, oh snap, my man is on another level. Perrin and Lan are fine. You know what I mean? Like everyone else is like sweating and dripping and da-da-da. Perrin and Lan are fine. It's like, wait, what? Perrin and Lan? Did he just say Perrin and Lan? You know what I mean? Like, are they kind of getting compared to each other? And that's how Rand sees it, though. He's like, why is Perrin and Lan fine? Like, Perrin? Like, Perrin? You know what I mean? Yeah, I just like it. I like it. And you don't want to and then I love that we get to find out that you don't want to touch stuff in the blight. Stick bug sucks. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stay away from that stick bug because it will kill you. And then it's hot and it smells deadly is the best way to explain it. I loved how everyone was like just set tripping and going on, you know what I mean? And then boom, Lan and Perrin are unfazed by the smell, by the heat. Bro, I love it. Like, yes. Yes, Wolf brother. Like that's how that shit makes me feel. That's how hyped it got me, because, and then that's where I said it again. It's crazy how Perrin is getting compared to Lan. Like before, Perrin is like, oh, I don't think we should do that. That's not true. This is just a load of malarkey. And now, my boy is, no, man, you have no space to even argue with anything because you yourself are a part of these supernatural crazy lore things that you thought were not real. So now he's just going with the flow and he's becoming one with himself, but he doesn't want to show that to his found family, which makes his character just... Man, I appreciate that from characters, bro. That's why I love me some Danny Phantom, right? At first, he doesn't want to tell anybody about what's going on, man. And that's how, I am kind of comparing Perrin to Danny Phantom and Ben 10 a little bit. But still, it's like, when you get those powers that are crazy and you have the capability of hurting people and all this other stuff, you don't really want to share too much of that. And I feel like... you know what I mean? And I feel like we got that. So Perrin is my guy, and I can't wait to see more of him. And it's really dope to see him being compared to Lan, even if it's a very small way. Just love that. And then, and then we find out that the Eye of the World moves. And then we of course we get that, we get the mention of the Green Man. Which is, it's very interesting to me because I think we've heard the Green Man his name spoken maybe once or twice before we get to here as well. And we really don't know what's going on. Excuse me. And then we find out we got to go, beyond the high passes, all that good stuff. And then there's a freaking like Loch Ness monster or something in the water. And that's why they're not there. I was like, what the hell is happening here? Bro, it's crazy how these subtle things just keep happening. Like, what was in the water? What was it? What the hell was it? And then it's like, oh, this is why he brought 17 pouches of water. Like, like, and then we have as they're kind of setting up camp, this is something that I loved, actually. I really love this part. They're setting up camp and all this stuff is happening. And then Rand has a moment of feeling like he's home again, feeling like he's back in the Two Rivers because of all these other things are going. And then he looks at Perrin and then he sees his eyes are glowing. And then at that very moment, he gets hit with a wave of, we're not in Kansas anymore, man. Like, this is not, like, home is not home. Like, nothing is the same anymore. We are all different. And it's like, that is where Rand, to me, that is the beginning of where Rand starts to unravel a little bit. Is like, he looks at his best friend, like his bro that he's grown up with, and he looks into the eyes that he's looked into before, and they don't look the same. Like, that's so intense. That is so intense. Like, if you have a brother, if you have a sister, or a parent, or anyone that you care about, think about how different it would be to look in their eyes and for their eyes to not be the same eyes that you've looked into before, right? It's a very small thing that it happens very subtly in the book, but to me, that is a freaking huge point. It's like, bro, like, when you talk to someone, especially someone that you care about, you are looking into their eyes a lot of the times, and so much so that you don't even remember, like, you don't even think about looking in people's eyes anymore. And then you get this point of, oh my God, like, you know what I mean? Like, you get this point of, oh my God, like, his eyes are freaking, he's a wolf brother type of vibe. Like, it's not the same. Like, yes, it is the same Perrin in a way, but it's not the same Perrin. Things change us, and all of our characters are changed at this moment. Like, at this moment, it hits. I think this is the moment where it's supposed to hit for Rand and for us as the reader, like, none of this is the same and will ever be the same again. It's not like Perrin can just stop being a wolf brother now, or Rand is just not just not the chosen one, or Matt just doesn't have the dagger. All these things are here. Like, there are constant reminders getting thrown in our face that nothing is the same and nothing ever will be. And I just really love that. I love that part, for real. And then I was like, and then all of a sudden I was like, yo, have daydreams turned to nightmares, and are they having a shared dream experience? But it wasn't either of those things. It was just Moiraine being OP, just being her OP as self, and creating a bending to where people can't see them because they're in like a warp bubble. Like, bro, what the fuck is that? Like, what? Like, she is so OP. That is such an OP move to have at your disposal, or to be able to use. And it's just like, bruh, oh my goodness, what is going on here? like, wow. Holy moly. I freaking love it. I love it. And then they all go to sleep, except for Nynaeve, who's awake with who? Lan, of course. And she says one of the most subtle I'm in love with you things that she has said in this book so far. And then she says, I should have known you'd be a king. Girl, excuse me? You should have known I'd be a king. Man, those is I love you words right there. Those are I love you words. Like you're already perfect. Of course I should have known you were a king. Like, that's what she said to that man. That's what she said to that man for sure. And hey, I'm here for it. I already told you. I'm here for Nynaeve. Yeah, 9 land is kind of weak. I'm here for Nynaeve. Yeah, the tension between them is crazy. And then after she says, listen to this. These people were verbal. These people were having I'm trying to think of the term. They was having phone sex, for lack of better words. That's what they was doing, yo. They were having poetic Like, you know what I mean? They was having poetic relations. They was having poetic intercourse. There you go. She says, I should have known you'd be a king. And he replies with, you are a lioness? What? What is it? What's going on here? Somebody open a window. Let some air in. What's going on? Like, what's going on? That shit was crazy. And then after all of that, how do we end it? With Rand acting like he's sleeping because he doesn't think that Nynaeve would have liked him seeing her cry. After all of that beautifulness that goes on, it's like, bruh, what? The wisdom weeps, my guy. Like, oh, bruh. Crazy way to end the chapter. I really enjoyed chapter 48, you guys. Like, I really did. Like, chapter 48 was fantastic. And then to take a look at the chapter icon, I believe that is the tree that... Yo, is that the... Is that the tree? Oh, no, that's just one of the trees in the Blight, because it's a curved tree, and all the curved trees are like the evil trees or something like that, right? So yeah, it's the Blight. It's the Blight icon. That's crazy, actually. Bruh. Yeah, that was insane. They definitely went crazy with that. You made me say more than is proper already. I will never shame you. Come on, son. They was making love with them words. I don't care what anybody says. Like, I don't care what anybody says. They was making sweet love with them words, y'all. Okay. Now, let me know how y'all felt about chapter 48, baby. What's the icon? I told you, man. It's the Blight. It's the Blight con. I think that's what that is. I may be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the icon is a picture of the Blight. That's what it looks like to me at least. Chapter 48, the Blight. Yeah. Yup. I think this might be the only point in the series where we get the same icon twice in a row. That's what I just saw too. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Chapter 49 got the Blight con too. I'll be sure the time is right in the right spot tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, KP. I'm telling you, yo. Yeah, you know what? I think we gotta go ahead and oh wait, I forgot my stuff is tripping. You are correct. The Blight grew south over where Malkir was. Okay. The Trolloc Wars were 2,000 years ago. Okay. All right. I got you. I don't know why. Did the Trollocs come back, though? Or something? Did the Trollocs have nothing to do with Malkir? I don't know why I felt like they had something to do with something. After Trollocs chased out or ate all the Malkiri people, they occupied those lands. The land became blighted. Okay, so I knew the Trollocs had something to do with it, and I knew that the Blight had something to do with everything as well. There we go. I understand fully. Thank you, ACM. I appreciate you, baby. Wow. Thank you very much. Malkir was absorbed by the Blight roughly 40 years ago, fairly recently. Interesting. Very interesting. If you like Perrin, get hyped for the next couple of books. Ooh, I love me some Perrin. I'm telling you, Perrin is my favorite character for sure. He goes crazy. Love him so much more in the book, for sure. Him not having the dead wife thing going on makes him such a better character. The dead wife thing makes him a little bit too Eeyore, but he's already very Eeyore in the book. But it's very interesting to me that the show didn't decide to make him less Eeyore. I feel like he kind of stayed Eeyore in the show, and in the book, I feel like he's not as Eeyore now. But maybe that in the next book he goes back to being more Eeyore because he's had time to kind of, be a wolf brother and stuff and come to terms with it a little bit more. Perrin was my favorite till the slog. Glad he finished strong at the end. Just got here. Did we get to Moiraine using compulsion on the boys? We just started chapter 48. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Alan. For the record, I don't think Moiraine ever uses compulsion. You can tell. I'm going to circle back to this when we get to the point because I do think that she did actually. There is a literal point where I was like, my guy, yes, like this is it. I don't know if she does it on all of them, but she for sure does it to Rand. At least, I think she does it at least 3 times in this book, but it might just be this once at the end. I might be wrong. You can tell this was the era of don't ask, don't tell, the way Perrin and Rand don't discuss their changes. That's... I mean... Marisu. A speech so good they put it verbatim in the show. Yeah. Crazy. The speech is truly amazing. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is truly amazing. Made as far as I can catch all during the replay. Hey, much love to you, KP. I hope you have a good night, my G. Sleep well and wake. I'm telling you, my G, you're about to, you this close to getting modded around here, bro. You this close to getting modded. For real. Maureen admits to compulsion in the last chapter. She says Rand should not have been able to resist her. And hey, I got and some more. We'll talk about it when we get there. But yeah, for chapter 48 was a good start to this. I think you did a freaking wonderful job with the sectioning of these chapters for real. It worked so well. It made me want more. It made me want not less. It made me want more. It made me get my answers in the way that I needed them. It was just a really good way to go. So I really liked starting with that one. I think it was a great start to this reading. Ooh. Yeah, I had a really good time for real. All right. Excuse me. And now it is time to get into
Chapter 49. The Dark One Stirs.
Bruv, chapter 49 was also crazy. All these chapters was crazy, of course. All these chapters was crazy, of course. You guys told me to get ready. I wasn't ready. I should have been ready, but I don't think it was a possible way to even get ready. But we start with something that I thought was really beautiful. Just this chapter right here. Dawn woke Rand with a start, the sullen sun pricking his eyelids as it peeked reluctantly over the treetops of the Blight. Even so early, heat covered the spoiled lands in a heavy blanket. He lay on his back with his head pillowed on his blanket roll, staring at the sky. It was still blue, the sky. Even there, that at least was untouched. Bruh, these paragraphs to start the chapters are always so good, man. They're always so good. The sky still being blue is so comforting. Like, bruh, there are so many. I just love it. I love it, yo. The little things. It's like it's like the little things, you know what I mean? I just really like that, yo. I know I might be zoomed in on little things, but I really love it. And the next thing that I wrote down was all women are Aes Sedai, because they were in straight cahoots with each other so quickly. And again, that's another thing that I think we don't get from the show. It's not shown how much Nynaeve and Egwene start literally rocking with and for Moiraine. Like, they start rocking with and for her. And I don't think we're showed that level of how much they really start caring about her. Like, the way that we already know that Egwene started treating Moiraine the way she treated Nynaeve, the wisdom, right? So when Nynaeve also kind of falls in line with that as well and starts treating Moiraine that way as well, also, it just gives us more too. It's like, yo, they want this. They want to be more than what they are. They see that there's a lot going on. They see that there's a way for them to tap into the one power. There's a way for them to be stronger. There's a way for them to not, need that person to come and rescue them, for them not to have to be a damsel in distress and all these other things that they kind of feel within their own self. They have a point to prove to everyone, and they have a point to prove to themselves. And I think that's awesome to see them kind of hold on to Moiraine, a person who has nothing to prove to anyone, and then they kind of are trying to learn from her in all these different ways. And then we see Moiraine also teaching. You know what I mean? It's like, yes, sir, I like that. I like it, yo. I like it. I like that aspect. We see them, well, I guess that kind of happens a little bit later, but still, you know what I'm saying? We see them rocking with her and standing by her side and listening to her a lot more. And we even see Nynaeve will always be running her mouth, but we see her actually checking her tongue when Moiraine tells her to check her tongue instead of just continuously talking and talking and talking and talking. And that's a lot for Nynaeve. That's a lot. And then I love the mention of the 7 towers and the 100 lakes. There's just such the subtle lore, the subtle world building that continues throughout this book. It's just something that we got to be ready for. It's something that we just really need to be ready for. And then Moiraine drops one of the coldest lines. Ever right here. They want no parts of what I am. Come on, son. Oh, bro. When Moiraine said that, I was like, oh, shit. Moiraine came to fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what it is, baby. She is here and she is ready to make it happen. They want no parts of what I am. Bro, I'm using those terms from here on out. That's how I'm telling somebody that tomorrow. You want no parts of what I am. You know what I'm saying? I love that. I just love that. But then we see that they kind of did want some parts of who she was because they pulled up on her. And then we get Matt being a badass with that bow. Bro, I love that Matt has been waiting for his moment to really shine with that bow. I think he's used it a couple times, but he has not used it to the extent of like what they've been letting us know he wants to. That boy is, what is it called? Is it knocking an arrow? I think it's called knocking an arrow. Yeah. Yeah, he had the arrow knocked. He's been knocking arrows all the time, right? Whenever something's happening, he's knocking it. Like, bro, I'm ready. I'm ready to put this arrow between someone's eyeballs. But he really hasn't got a chance too often to do it. And then right here, he starts doing it. Bro, I'm like, let's go. Oh my gosh, I was so hyped. Yeah, yo, I was so hyped. Because they were ready to rock. And and everybody just starts going off right here. Let me see. Where is it at? Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is one of those parts too. Hold up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're cooking right now, right? Let me see. Here we go. Yup. Okay. All right, we locked in, ladies and gents. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Black blood stained the blade, and steam rose from it. Carefully, Lan wiped the blade clean with a cloth he took from his saddlebags, examining the steel to make sure he had gotten every spot. When he dropped the cloth, it fell apart before it reached the ground, even the fragments dissolving. Silently, a massive body leaped out of the trees at them. The warder spun Mandab, but even as the warhorse reared, ready to strike with steel-shod hooves, Mat's arrow flashed, piercing the one eye in a head that seemed mostly mouth and teeth. Kicking and screaming, the thing fell, one bound short of them. Rand stared as they hurried past. Stiff hair, like long bristles, covered it, and it had too many legs, joining a body as big as a bear at odd angles. Some of them, at least those coming out of its back, had to be useless for walking, but the finger-long claws at their ends tore the earth in its death agony. "Good shooting, sheepherder." Lan's eyes had already forgotten what was dying behind them and were searching the forest. Moraine shook her head. "It should not have been willing to come so close to one who touches the true source." "Agelmar said the blight stirs," Lan said. "Perhaps the blight also knows a web is forming in the pattern." "Hurry!" Moraine dug her heels into Aldib's flanks. "We must get over the high passes quickly." But even as she spoke, the blight rose against them. Trees whipped in, reaching for them, not caring if Moraine touched the true source or not. Rand's sword was in his hand. He did not remember unsheathing it. He struck out again and again, the heron-marked blade slicing through corrupted limbs. Hungry branches jerked back severed, writhing stumps. He almost thought he heard them scream, but always more came, wriggling like snakes, attempting to snare his arms, his waist, his neck. Teeth bared in a Richter snarl, he sought the void, and found it in the stony, stubborn soil of the two rivers. "Manetharin!" He screamed back at the trees till his throat ached. The heron-marked steel flashed in the strengthless sunlight. "Manetharin! Manetharin!" Standing in his stirrups, Mat sent arrow after arrow flashing into the forest, striking at deformed shapes that snarled and gnashed uncounted teeth on the shafts that killed them, bit at the clawed forms fighting to get over them, to reach the mounted figures. Mat, too, was lost to the present. "Karoy and Kardazar!" he shouted as he drew fletchings to cheek
Spitting
and
that
glute.
shit!
"Karoy and also stood in his stirrups, silent and grim. He had taken the lead, and his axe hewed a path through forest and foul flesh alike, whichever came before him. Flailing trees and howling things shied from the stocky axeman, shying as much from the fierce golden eyes as from the whistling axe. He forced his horse forward, step by determined step. Fireballs streaked from Moraine's hands, and where they struck, a writhing tree became a torch. A toothed shape, shrieked and beat with human hands,
What's happening?
Own flaming flesh with fierce claws until it died. Again and again, the warder took Mandarb into the trees, his blade and gauntlets dripping with blood that bubbled.
Batland, bro, I'm telling you.
When he came back now, more often than not, there were gashes in his armor, bleeding gashes in his flesh, and his warhorse stumbled and bled too. Each time the Aes Sedai paused to lay her hands on the wounds, and when she took them away, only the blood was left on unmarked flesh. I light signal fires for the halfmen, she said bitterly. Press on, press on. They made their way one slow pace at a time. If the trees had not struck into the mass of attacking flesh as much as at the humans, if the creatures, no two alike, had not fought the trees and one another as much as to reach them, Rand was sure they would have been overwhelmed. He was not certain it would not happen still. Then, a fluting cry arose behind them. Distant and thin, it cut through the snarling from the denizens of the blight around them. In an instant, the snarling ceased, as if it had been sliced off with a knife. The attacking shapes froze. The trees went still. As suddenly as the things with legs had appeared, they melted away, vanishing into the twisted forest. The reedy shrill came again, like a cracked shepherd's pipes, and was answered in kind by a chorus, half a dozen, singing among themselves, far behind. Worms.
Yo, okay, like, bruh. Yo, this chapter was insane. Like, chapter 49 had me so pumped, it had me so ready, I had no idea what to do, right? Like, bro, Matt is the guy with the bow. Rand is involuntarily wielding weapons, and then you just got Perrin in front, swinging his axe left and right, just going crazy, just murdering everything in his path. Like, yes, my guy, yes. And then while you have all of this going on, Lan is popping in and out of freaking the trees like he's Batman, and he's disappearing. Reappearing, blood on him and blood on his sword, getting healed by Moiraine and dipping back off to go murder some, like, yo. This shit is amazing. Okay, you guys, this was amazing. I was all the way in it to win it, and I was not ready for the worms to pull up. But of course, our guy is Batland, and he be doing the damn thing. I just wasn't ready, man. And then when Matt started spitting that old tongue, bro, you already know how we get when Matt starts spitting like that, yo. I was so like, yes, I get so hyped when they're like that. They just get the blood of just. Yes, and they're like, let's go. Like, I love that. They're so riled up. They're so ready. They're going Super Saiyan on their ass, and they're ready to do it. And every time I get so hyped, it's like they just get filled with the blood of their ancestors, and they're ready to do it, man. They're just ready. And it's like, it's literally like Batland and you know what I mean? Nightwing and Red Hood. You know what I mean? Like, he's teaching them how to be even more badass than they already are. And in each one of them are badass in their own right. And now they're being trained by a warder. Like, that just makes them even more badass. And I am so ready and so here for it. And it was just so damn good, man. So damn good. I love it. Woo! Man. And then our guy pulls up. You know what I mean? And then our guy pulls up the green man. The tree brother. And and he knows everything. That is something that I loved, right? He knows everything as to where Loyal, he also knows everything. So it's awesome to see someone else that's not an Ogier also know things about the before time. And then we have him as a green brother, which I love. And then he automatically looks at Perrin and he's like, "Oh, wolf brother, hey, how you doing?" And Perrin is like, "Oh shit, he knows." And then he calls Rand the child of the dragon, and I'm like, "Excuse me? The child of the dragon? What? Like, how did we not? I don't know. Where do they call the Aiels the dragons or something? Because my man's is he flat out just looking at him and is like, "Oh, it's the dragon reborn. Hey, what's up? Like, what's up with it?" Like I don't know. I don't know what was going on there. I was a little confused, but what they let me know is that he knows everything. Like and he knows everything. He's just looking at people and just like, "Oh, hey, yo, wolf brother." And then Rand is like, "Wolf brother? What the hell does that mean? Like, what does that mean?" And parents like, "Oh, shit. Y'all didn't tell me that he was gonna know everything." And Brett just starts spitting facts on everyone. And I love it. And he looks at Moiraine and he was like, "This place can't be found twice. How are you here?" It's like, yeah, the place can't be found twice unless you're Moiraine. But I guess that also does circle back into what we were told last week. The pattern weaves very strangely around the Taviran. So you're not supposed to be able to find this place twice. But since Moiraine is with the Taviran, she was able to find the place twice. And I like that that's basically what she says. She's like, "Yo, it ain't me. I want you to know that right now. It's not me. It's the children. Okay? I wouldn't have found this place without them. I would not have found this place without them." And they were like, "Yo, something can kill a fade. What do we do?" And it's crazy how bro is like, "Oh yeah, my memories are torn, fleeting," but he still knew everything. Like, he knew everything. And that was also crazy. So, chapter 49 was crazy. And talk about the Dark One stirring. That boy was really stirring. Like, that man was stirring it in the pot. He was cooking. He was cooking. The Dark One was cooking. He was cooking this whole book. Like, he was cooking his whole book. Man, but let's jump into chat and see how you guys felt about chapter 49. It's debatable whether that's full compulsion. I still argue against it. What? We'll get there. When we get there, I almost called you Moiraine. When we get there, Marisu, it's because you're talking like a. When we get there, Marisu, we'll talk about it more. There's so little book left, yet so much. That's a fact. Nynaeve rocking with Moiraine. Yes. Nynaeve rocks with Moiraine like Vegeta rocks with Goku. Exactly. And they do be rocking with each other, even though, they be tripping with each other sometimes, too. Yeah, word. Wait till you meet the real Matt Cawthon. Man. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm with you. I'd argue whether that's full compulsion, too. Okay, we'll get to it. We'll get to it, Aldan and Marisu. We already know Charisse is a dark friend, but I'm watching y'all now. I missed this part in the show, the way Lan trained the boys. I remember people saying that in season 2 for sure. Because I think it happens towards the end of season 2. We get to see like Rand and Lan actually, actually like talking and rocking with each other. Yup, let's go. Oh, thank you, Rosamund, for throwing out her voice. Hey, Rosamund Pike did her damn thing with that for sure. How good is this? Why have I not seen these notifications before now? Hey, I don't know, but welcome in, all Dan. I hope you're having a good one. Rosamund actually did a great job here, not gonna lie. Still hard to go past Kramer though. I haven't listened to Kramer. Maybe that's what I'll do on my second read through is do it with Kramer. Batland, yeah, Batland for sure. The fluting cries of the worms make me think of this Lovecraft story at the Mountains of Madness. Ooh, that sounds awesome. Kramer gets better over time. He sounds so young in the eye of the world. Oh, wow. I guess that's true. Yeah. You got someone growing up doing the reading for it. I guess that is kind of crazy. You get to hear their voice kind of grow as the book grows. That's probably pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. True. I'm currently on like FOH with my son on a re-listen, and you're not wrong. He definitely gets better as the books go on. Ooh. Green Man just straight up outs Perrin in front of everyone. Yeah, just so quick. And Perrin was trying so hard to hide it. And what's her name? Egwene wasn't even saying anything, and then Green Man just comes out and just a blink of an eye just ruins everything. Green Man loves spoilers, facts. Can't find the eye twice unless you have 3 walking plot armors with you. Facts. Best plot armor ever. There are things the Green Man forgot that you'll realize he used to know down the line that'll blow your mind. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting, yo. I love chapter 49, man. It was a great chapter. It was yet another really fun one as well, giving us some great vibes, growing the story more, giving us some of those beautiful plot like those little plot points, man, that I just really appreciate. I mean, as you guys see, I love the little things just as much as I love the big thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, yo, pause that, rewind, start the tape from here. Let's re-record over that. Everything about this book I love. No matter what it is, I love it, right? I just really can't believe how good this book has continued to be, and I'm sad that we're done with it, but I am so excited that it's finished at the same time, right? Like, I'm so excited. So let's continue. So, let's see. Kramer spent like 23 years doing these audiobook reads? I bet his voice changed and craft improved. Haven't listened to the audiobook versions yet. Yo, I think it would be really cool to have them go back and read it again now that they're like, OGs. You know what I mean? What is it? Kramer and I don't know. But is it Kate and Kramer or something like that? We have them go back and do it again now that they're like, OGs, and they have perfected their crafts. I think that would be awesome. And I mean, hey, we know that you guys of Wheel of Time are gonna reread the books 30 million times, so you might as well just redo the audiobooks too. I mean, I know they're doing them with Rosamund Pike as well, but I think that would still be cool. A cool little thing each time. They'll probably do it once they're done, or something like that. I don't know. Kate is awesome too as it goes on, man. You should give it a listen. I definitely will. I'll definitely check out that one, because I know you guys talked about that a lot when we first started. Like before we even started doing the reading, you guys were like, yo, Kate and Kramer are awesome. I believe that's what their name is. I hope I'm not butchering that. I feel like we need to talk about the difference in the seals. Don't let me forget. Okay, difference in the seals. Nobody let Marisu forget about the difference in the seals, okay? Don't let me forget to let Marisu forget about the difference in the seals. All right? Please and thank you. Yeah. You are now 1/14 of the way through Wheel of Time. Feels good, man. Feels good. Feels good. It feels good. Yeah. All right. So I am ready to get into the next section. Y'all already know. But before we do, let's give this a try again.
Six nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaffora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isaru, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaffora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaffora.
All right. Man, make sure y'all definitely tune in. The beta reader stuff is going live. It is live, honestly. Maybe I don't have it right here. Definitely join the Discord for my book, Gifts, the Lands of Ghaffora. It will be on and cracking, yo. I'm looking for alpha readers right now for the story, but you got to join the Discord or at least have some way for me to contact you in order to do that. So, you know what I'm saying? Try to, if you ain't in the court already, go ahead and join up in there so you guys can get access to the first 5 chapters of my book. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm taking on them alpha readers. I want you guys to check it out. Give me your thoughts. Give me your opinions. All that good stuff. So if you want to be an alpha reader for my book, my world, my story, my series, go ahead and join that link. Or let me see. I'm sorry, I thought I had it here and ready. Where's it at? Oh, I thought I had it. My bad, y'all. Hold on. Let me grab the form. Marisu, this form is I made this form specifically for you. This way I don't think you should have to do anything other than fill out the form, and then I should be able to send it to you via that way, like without you having to say anything in the chat or anything like that. You know what I mean? Let's see. Shorten that link. This is also for everybody. Once again, anybody that wants to be a alpha reader. I do want you guys to still join the Discord, but I know not everyone has a Discord, so this form will also help me get in contact with you guys, or for you to get in contact with me, whatever. You fill out the you won't be able to fill out the form. Damn, I just realized you won't be able to fill it out because you need the book in order to fill out a lot of the stuff. So damn, well, that's kind of pointless. I might just fill out. I need an alpha reader form, I guess. I forgot. This is the one for people who are actually reading it to fill out and give their opinion on the book and stuff like that. So let me actually get that out of the chat. There we go. My bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. I thought that was the sign up one that I was trying to get, but it's not. But still, join the Discord. You feel me? Because I definitely want you guys to be able to join in on the book and all that good stuff. I think it'll be a vibe. Oh yeah, I don't have the one that I thought I had. It's okay. Yeah, it's all right. Joined? Hey, for sure, all done. Much love, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be sending out the book real soon. YouTube. All right. Boom. Okay, my bad, y'all. So, let's get into it now, ladies and gentlemen. Please join the chords and all that good stuff. As I have said already, I'll get that form ready for y'all for the next time. So, now, I am ready to get into it, yo. I'm excited about this one as well. Yo, all right, class, turn to page 706 because we are now going to go over...
Chapter Meetings at the Eye.
Oh, yo. Okay, another fantastic chapter, if I do say so myself. And the icon for this chapter is I think you guys told me what this was last time, but I can't remember. I can't remember what it is exactly off the tip of my tongue. But it's about to go down, yo. It's about to go down. Right? And we start off with the mention of like the tree of life. That the green man is like somehow linked to. And I am like, what? Like, the green man was a legend, but he's not a legend. And it's just, I don't even know what to say. It was just so... Like, all things must grow where they are according to the pattern and face the turning of the wheel, but the creator will not mind if I give just a little help. Like, bro, what? We are like, bro, what? Like, that is amazing. The way everyone is speaking with each other and just... I just love it. I just love it. And like, it's kind of interesting to see that the green man remembers the time before Age of, like the time of Age of Legends, right? Like, I may have missed it, but maybe Loyal does remember the Age of Legends as well. Maybe I'm tripping, but it's just like I don't know, man. It was just something so powerful about the green man giving us information, and it just held such a deeper weight than, he's more ancient. He's a legend, just like Loyal is a legend. So it's wild to see him just giving us so much knowledge just right there. Oh, and then the green man gave an odd look, then shook his head. Avendesora is not here. I have not rested beneath its ungentle branches in 2,000 years. The tree of life is not why we came, Moiraine said firmly. She gestured to the arch. In there is. I will not go with you, the green man said. The butterflies around him swirled as if they shared some agitation. I was set to guard it long, long ago, but it makes me uneasy to come too close. I feel myself being unmade. My end is linked with it somehow. I remember the making of it. Some of the making of some of the making. Some. His hazelnut eyes stared lost in memory, and he fingered his scar. Ayo. It was the first days of the breaking of the world, when the joy of victory over the Dark One turned bitter with the knowledge that all might yet be shattered by the weight of the shadow. 100 of them made it, men and women together. The greatest Aes Sedai works were always done so, joining Saidin and Saidar, as the true source is dim. As the true source is joined. They died, all to make it pure, while the world was torn around them. Knowing they would die, they charged me to guard it against the need to come. What the hell? Knowing they would die, they charged me to guard it against the need to come. It was not what I was made for, but all was breaking apart. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. There we go. And they were alone, and I was all they had. It was not what I was made for, but I have kept the faith. He looked down at Moiraine, nodding to himself. I have kept faith until it was needed, and now it ends. Yo, like, oh man, like, you have kept the faith better than most of us who gave you the charge, the Aes Sedai said. Perhaps it will not come as badly as you fear. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh man. Like, yo, just insane. Oh, here we go. And the corridor opened into a vast domed space, the rough living rock of its ceiling dotted with clumps of growing crystals. Below it, a pool took up the entire cavern except for the walkway around it, perhaps 5 paces wide. Like, bro, the way that everything is so in depth, it's just, I love it. The eye of the world, like, bruh. What? Like, after all of this, like, we got like 15 pages left and it was about to turn the hell up? Are you kidding me? Like, are we really turning up like this right now? The answer is hell yeah. The answer is hell to the yeah. is that? What the hell? Oh, wait. Aha. Damn. There we go.
There, Moraine said at last, pointing. Ahead. And the corridor opened into a vast domed space, the rough, living rock of its ceiling dotted with clumps of glowing crystals. Below it, a pool took up the entire cavern, except for the walkway around it, perhaps 5 paces wide. In the oval shape of an eye, the pool was lined about its rim with a low, flat edging of crystals that glowed with a duller yet fiercer light than those above. Its surface was as smooth as glass and as clear as the wine-spring water. Rand felt as if his eyes could penetrate it forever, but he could not see any bottom to it. The eye of the world, Moraine said softly beside him.
Oh, someone subscribed.
As he looked around in wonder, he realized that the long years since the making, 3,000 of them, had worked their way while no one came. Not all the crystals in the dome glowed with the same intensity. Some were stronger, some weaker. Some flickered, and others were only faceted lumps to sparkle in a captured light. Had all shone, the dome would have been as bright as noonday, but they made it only late afternoon now. Dust coated the walkway.
Hey, welcome
and
to the
bits
super
of
fam,
stone
Lucas.
and
I
even
appreciate
crystal.
you.
Long years waiting, while the wheel turned and ground. But what is it? Matt
See
asked
that?
uneasily.
Let's go.
That doesn't look like any water I ever saw. He kicked a lump of dark stone the size of his fist over the edge. The stone struck the glassy surface and slid into the pool without a splash or so much as a ripple. As it sank, the rock began to swell, growing ever larger, larger and more attenuated, a blob the size of his head that Rand could almost see through, a faint blur as wide as his arm was long. Then it was gone. He thought his skin would creep right off his body. What is it? He demanded, and was shocked at the hoarse harshness of his own voice. It might be called the essence of Saidin. The Aes Sedai's words echoed round the dome. The essence of the male half of the true source, the pure essence of the power wielded by men before the time of madness. The power to mend the seal on the Dark One's prison, or to break it open completely. The light shine on us and protect us, Nynaeve whispered. Egwene clutched her as if she wanted to hide behind the wisdom. Even Lan stirred uneasily, though there was no surprise in his eyes. Stone thudded into Rand's shoulders, and he realized he had backed as far as the wall, as far from the eye of the world as he could get. He would have pushed himself right through the wall if he could have. Matt, too, was splayed out against the stone as flat as he could make himself. Perrin was staring at the pool with his axe half drawn. His eyes shone, yellow and fierce. "I always wondered," Loyal said uneasily. "When I read about it, I always wondered what it was. Why? Why did they do it? And how?" No one living knows. Moraine no longer looked at the pool. She was watching Rand and his two friends, studying them, her eyes weighing. Neither the how nor more of the why than that it would be needed one day, and that need would be the greatest and most desperate the world had faced to that time. Perhaps ever would face. Many in Tar Valon have attempted to find a way to use this power, but it is as untouchable for any woman as the moon is for a cat. Only a man could channel it, but the last male Aes Sedai is nearly 3,000 years gone. Yet the need they saw was a desperate one. They worked through the taint of the Dark One on Saidin to make it, and make it pure, knowing that doing so would kill them all. Male Aes Sedai and female together. The Green Man spoke true. The greatest wonders of the Age of Legends were done in that way. Saidin and Saidar together. All the women in Tar Valon, all the Aes Sedai in all the courts and cities, even with those in the lands beyond the waste, even counting those who may still live beyond the Arith Ocean, could not fill a spoon with the power, lacking men to work with them. Rand's throat rasped as if he had been screaming. "Why did you bring us here?" "Because you are Taviran." The Aes Sedai's face was unreadable. Her eyes shimmered and seemed to pull at him. "Because the Dark One's power will strike here, and because it must be confronted and stopped, or the shadow will cover the world. There is no need greater than that. Let us go out into the sunlight again, while there is yet time." "I do not like this, Moraine," Nynaeve said angrily when the sun shone on them again. "I believe the danger is as great as you say, or I would not be here, but this is—" "I have found you at last."
Oh, shit.
Rand jerked as if a rope had tightened around his neck. The words, the voice. For a moment he believed it was Baalzamon. But the two men who walked out of the trees, faces hidden by their cowls, did not wear cloaks the colour of dried blood.
Bruh.
One cloak was a dark grey, the other almost as dark a green, and they seemed musty even in the open air. And the men were not fazed.
How do you seem musky in
breeze
the
stirred
open
their
air?
cloaks.
That is crazy.
"Who are you?" Lan's
That's
stance was
just
cautious,
crazy.
his hand on his sword hilt. "How did you come here? If you are seeking the Green Man—" "He guided us." The hand that pointed to Matt was old and shriveled to scarcely human, lacking a fingernail and with knuckles gnarled like knots in a piece of rope. Matt took a step back, eyes widening. "An old thing, an old friend, an old enemy. But he is not the one we seek." The green-cloaked man finished. The other man stood as if he would never speak. Moraine straightened to her full height, no more than shoulder-high to any man there, but suddenly seeming as tall as the hills. Her voice rang like a bell, demanding, "Who are you?" Hands pushed back hoods, and Rand goggled. The old man was older than old. He made Sen Bui look like a child in the bloom of health. The skin of his face was like crazed parchment drawn tight over a skull, then pulled tighter still. Wispy tufts of brittle hair stood at odd places on his scabrous scalp. His ears were withered bits like scraps of ancient leather. His eyes sunken, peering out of his head as if from the ends of tunnels. Yet the other was worse. A tight black leather carapace covered that one's head and face completely, but the front of it was worked into a perfect face.
Oh.
A young man's face, laughing wildly, laughing insanely, frozen forever.
Damn.
What is he hiding if the other shows what he shows? Then even thought froze in his head, shattered to dust, and blew away.
Oh, yeah, let's keep going.
Some of us are bound no longer. The seals weaken, Aes
Wait, what
Sedai.
happened?
Like a Loyal began, his voice shaking, and cut off abruptly when over 3,000 years imprisoned. His sunken eyes slid what he shows.
What's going on?
Then even thought froze in his head, shattered to dust, and blew away.
There we go. I was like, what the hell?
I am called Agenor, the Old One said, and he is Balthamel. He no longer speaks with his tongue. The wheel grinds exceedingly fine over 3,000 years imprisoned. His sunken eyes slid to the arch. Balthamel leaned forward, his mask's eyes on the white stone opening as if he wanted to go straight in. So long without, Agenor said softly. So long.
Bruh.
The light protect, Loyal began, his voice shaking, and cut off abruptly when Agenor looked at him. The Forsaken,
The light protect
Matt
nothing.
said hoarsely, are bound in Sheol-Gu. Were bound. Agenor smiled. His yellowed teeth had the look of fangs. Some of us are bound no longer. The seals weaken, Aes Sedai. Like Ishamael, we walk the world again, and soon the rest of us will come. I was too close to this world in my captivity.
Wait a
I am
minute.
Balth.
Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Bruh said, like Ishmael, we walk. I didn't even notice that the first time. Oh my God. Oh my God, yo, so Ishmael has been out this whole time. Oh my
Slid to the
God.
arch. Balthamel leaned forward, his mask's eyes on the white stone opening as if he wanted dust, and blew away. I am called Agenor, the Old One said, and he is
my
Balthamel.
God.
He no
Oh
longer
my
speaks with his
God,
tongue.
what?
The wheel grinds
Oh,
exceedingly
shit.
fine over 3,000 years imprisoned. His sunken eyes slid to the arch. Balthamel leaned forward, his mask's eyes on the white stone opening. Bound. Agenor smiled. His yellowed teeth had the look of fangs. Some of us are bound no longer. The seals weaken, Aes Sedai. Like Ishamael, we walk the world again, and soon the rest of
Oh
us
my
will
God,
come.
and that means he's been walking
I
the
was too
world.
close to this world in my captivity. I
Oh
and
my
Balthamel, too
God.
close to the grinding of the wheel. But soon the great Lord of the Dark will be free and give us new flesh, and the world will be ours once more. You will have no Luz Therin Kinslayer this time, no Lord of the Morning to save you. We know the one we seek now, and there is no
Holy
more need for the rest of you. Lan's sword sprang from its scabbard too fast for Rand's eye to follow. Yet the warder hesitated, eyes flickering to Moraine, to Nynaeve. The two women
Oh,
stood
this is
well
the part I
apart.
was talking about
To
before.
put himself between either of them and the Forsaken would put him further from the other. Only for a heartbeat the hesitation lasted, but as the warder's feet moved, Agenor raised his hand.
Man, we're
It was a
cooking.
scornful
We're
gesture, a
cooking.
flipping of his gnarled fingers as if to shoo away a fly. The warder flew backwards through the air as though a
Bruh.
huge fist had caught him. With a dull thud, Lan struck the stone arch, hanging there for an instant before dropping in a flaccid heap, his sword lying near his outstretched hand. "No!" Nynaeve screamed. "Be still,"
Oh
Moraine
my
commanded.
God.
But before anyone else could move, the Wisdom's knife had left her belt, and she was running toward the Forsaken, her small blade upraised. "The light blind you!" she cried, striking at Agenor's chest. The other Forsaken moved like a viper. While her blow still fell, Balthamel's leather-cased hand darted out to seize her chin, fingers sinking into one cheek while thumb dug into the other, driving the blood out with their pressure and raising the flesh in pale ridges. A convulsion racked Nynaeve from head to toe as if she had been cracked like a whip. Her knife dropped uselessly from dangling fingers as Balthamel lifted her by his grip, brought her up to where the leather mask stared into her still quivering face. Her toes spasmed a foot above the ground. Flowers rained from her hair. "I have almost forgotten the pleasures of the flesh." Agenor's tongue crossed his withered lips, sounding like stone on rough leather. "But Balthamel remembers much."
Oh my
The laughter of the mask seemed to grow wilder, and the wail that left Nynaeve burned Rand's ears like despair ripped from her living heart. Suddenly, Egwene moved, and Rand saw that she was going to help Nynaeve. "Egwene, no!" he shouted, but she did not stop. His hand had gone to his sword at Nynaeve's cry, but now he abandoned it and threw himself at Egwene. He thudded into her before she took her third step, carrying them both to the ground. Egwene landed under him with a gasp, immediately thrashing to get free. Others were moving too, he realized. Perrin's axe whirled into his hands, and his eyes glowed golden and fierce. "Wisdom!" Matt howled, the dagger from Shadar Logoth in his fist. "No!" Rand called. "You can't fight the Forsaken!" But they ran past him as if they had not heard, their eyes on Nynaeve and the two Forsaken. Aginor glanced at them unconcernedly and smiled.
Bro is not
Rand felt the air stir above him like the crack of a giant's whip. Matt and Perrin, not even halfway to the Forsaken, stopped as if they had run into a wall, bounced back to sprawl on the ground. "Good," Aginor said. "A fitting place for you. If you learn to abase yourself properly in worship of us, I might let you live." Hastily, Rand scrambled to his feet. Perhaps he could not fight the Forsaken. No ordinary human could, but he would not let them believe for a minute that he was grovelling before them. He tried to help Egwene up, but she slapped his hands away and stood by herself, angrily brushing off her dress. Matt and Perrin had also stubbornly pushed themselves unsteadily erect. "You will learn," Aginor said, "if you want to live. Now that I have found what I need," his eyes went to the stone archway, "I may take the time to teach you." "This shall not be." The green man strode out of the trees with a voice like lightning striking an ancient oak. "You do not belong here."
Oh my god.
Aginor spared him a brief, contemptuous glance. "Begone! Your time is ended, all your kind, but you long since dust. Live what life is left to you, and be glad you are beneath our notice." "This is my place," the green man said, "and you shall hurt no living thing here." Balthamel tossed Nynaeve aside like a rag, and like a crumpled rag she fell, eyes staring, limp as if all her bones had melted. One leather-clad hand lifted, and the green man roared as smoke rose from the vines that wove him. The wind in the trees echoed his pain.
Here we go.
Aginor turned back to Rand and the others, as if the green man had been dealt with. But one long stride, and massive leafy arms wrapped themselves around Balthamel, raising him high, crushing him against a chest of thick creepers, black leather mask laughing into hazelnut eyes dark with anger. Like serpents, Balthamel's arms writhed free, his gloved hands grasping the green man's head as though he would wrench it off. Flames shot up where those hands touched, vines withering, leaves falling. The green man bellowed as thick, dark smoke poured out between the vines of his body. On and on he roared, as if all of him were coming out of his mouth with the smoke that billowed between his lips.
Bruh.
Suddenly, Balthamel jerked in the green man's grasp. The Forsaken's hands tried to push him away instead of clutching him. One gloved hand flung wide, and a tiny creeper burst through the black leather. A fungus, such as rings trees in the deep shadows of the forest, ringed his arm, sprang from nowhere to full grown, swelling to cover the length of it. Balthamel thrashed, and a shoot of stinkweed ripped open his carapace. Lichens dug in their roots and split tiny cracks across the leather of his face. Nettles broke the eyes of his mask. Death's head mushrooms tore open the mouth. The green man threw the Forsaken down. Balthamel twisted and jerked as all the things that grew in the dark places, all the things with spores, all the things that loved the dank, swelled and grew, tore cloth and leather and flesh. Was it flesh, seen in that brief moment of verdant rage? To tattered shreds, and covered him until only a mound remained, indistinguishable from many in the shaded depths of the green forest. And the mound moved no more than they.
Oh my goodness.
With a groan, like a limb breaking under too great a weight, the green man crashed to the ground. Half his head was charred black. Tendrils of smoke still rose from him like grey creepers. Burned leaves fell from his arm as he painfully stretched out his blackened hand to gently cup an acorn. The earth rumbled as an oak ceiling pushed up between his fingers. The green man's head fell, but the seedling reached for the sun, straining. Roots shot out and thickened, delved beneath the ground and rose again, thickened more as they sank. The trunk broadened and stretched upward, bark turning grey and fissured and ancient. Limbs spread and grew heavy, as big as arms, as big as men, and lifted to caress the sky, thick with green leaves, dense with acorns. The massive web of roots turned the earth like ploughs as it spread. The already huge trunk shivered, grew wider, round as a house. Stillness came, and an oak that could have stood 500 years covered the spot where the green man had been, marking the tomb of a legend. Nynaeve lay on the gnarled roots, grown curved to her shape, to make a bed for her to rest upon. The wind sighed through the oak's branches. It seemed to murmur farewell. Even Aginor seemed stunned. Then his head lifted, cavernous eyes burning with hate. "Enough! It is past time to end this." "Yes, Forsaken," Moraine said, her voice as cold as deep winter ice. "Past time." The Aes Sedai's hand rose, and the ground fell away beneath Aginor's feet. Flame roared from the chasm, whipped to a frenzy by wind howling in from every direction, sucking a maelstrom of leaves into the fire, which seemed to solidify into a red-streaked yellow jelly of pure heat. In the middle of it, Aginor stood, his feet supported only by air. The Forsaken looked startled, but then he smiled and took a step forward. It was a slow step, as if the fire tried to root him to the spot, but he took it. And then another. "Run!" Moraine commanded. Her face was white with strain. "All of you, run!" Aginor stepped across the air toward the edge of the flames. Rand was aware of others moving, Mat and Perrin dashing away at the edge of his vision, Loyal's long legs carrying him into the trees, but all he could really see was Egwene. She stood there, rigid, face pale and eyes closed. It was not fear that held her, he realized. She was trying to throw her puny, untrained wielding of the power against the Forsaken. Roughly, he grabbed her arm and pulled her around to face him. "Run!" he shouted at her. Her eyes opened, staring at him, angry with him for interfering, liquid with hate for Aginor, with fear of the Forsaken. "Run!" he said, pushing her toward the trees hard enough to start her. "Run!" Once started, she did run. But Aginor's withered face turned toward him, toward the running Egwene behind him, as the Forsaken walked through the flames, as if what the Aes Sedai was doing did not concern Aginor at all. Toward Egwene. "Not her!" Rand shouted. "The light burn you! Not her!" He snatched up a rock and threw it, meaning to draw Aginor's attention. Halfway to the Forsaken's face, the stone turned to a handful of dust. He hesitated only a moment, long enough to glance over his shoulder and see that Egwene was hidden in the trees. The flame still surrounded Aginor, patches of his cloak smouldering, but he walked as if he had all the time in the world, and the fire's rim was near. Rand turned and ran. Behind him, he heard Moraine begin to scream.
Bro, oh my god, oh my goodness. Oh my god, it's just so good. It's just so good, yo. This shit is so good. It's honestly insane how good it is. Yo, I don't even know what to do, bro. Insane. 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 All right. Let's jump into chat. See how everyone is feeling, yo. Let's see how everyone is feeling. Yo, I wrote down here, yo, the green man pulled up like, "You shall not pass," yo. Green man was with the shit. I was not ready for that at all. I was really not ready for that. Yo, marking the Tomb of a Legend was just beautiful. That was awesome. I love that, yo. I love that. chapter 50 was crazy, you guys. Chapter 50 was actually insane. All right, let's see how everybody was feeling. This icon is the leaf of Avendasora, the in-world mythical tree of life. Oh, representations of those leaves are also keys to gateways, to way gates. Okay. The trefoil leaf. Loyal is 90 years old canonically. Okay. All right. I was just making sure he wasn't. I mean, I knew he was old, but I knew he wasn't like that old. You know what I mean? Yeah, he just remembers the stories because all of his people have all the stories of that. So he knows way more than anyone else does. I understand now. He got he's been studying all the stuff, and that's why he knows everything. I was just making sure that that's what was going on. You're just a teenager or gear. Yeah, for real. If guarding the eye is not what the green man was made for, what was he made for? That's a really good point. Yep, watch out for Marisu. She will retract those spoilers. Appreciate it too. Every time I listen to the end of this book, it gets better. Yo, two Forsaken in the flesh. Yes. I think we kind of established that last time that they do very, very gimpish outfits. Catching the Ishii reveal in real time, gotta love it. You caught it? I was wondering if you'd catch it. Snap, bro. You be paying attention. You're a super sleuth sensei. It took me multiple books to catch this. Oh shit. What? Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's lit. I'm happy I caught it too, because I was like, wait a minute. Like Ishmael, yo, hold on. So that means that he's out and rocking around, yo. Like, because I definitely was wondering where he's been this whole time. Like, I think I asked that last week or the week before. And you guys were like, nah, like, you're just going to have to see what's going on. And I was really like, when I first read it, I was like, oh, they mentioned Ishii. Let's go. Like, I was like, finally, we get like a Ishii mention. But I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Like, just now when we went through it, it was a different realization for sure. Gotta head to bed here on the East Coast. Sleep well and wake. Hey, I appreciate you for tuning in with us, Cherie. Sleep well and wake for sure. I know it's late over there on the East Side, so you have a good one, and I hope you tune back in for the rewatch and match it. It's late for you. Thank you for making it this far. For real. We are Groot. Facts, we are Groot. Shit is crazy. Gotta take my boy to football training, but enjoyed it. Football training, bro. Where are you? Football training. It's 10 p.m. for me. I know it's midnight for Marisu and Charisse. Where are you at? Australia. So it's 4 p.m. Thursday? Holy crap. That's crazy, brother. That's crazy. Well, you have a good one. I hope your son has a good football practice, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. For sure. The phrase verdant rage is memorable. That's very true. Verdant rage is kind of insane. That's a beautiful thing to say. Verdant rage almost kind of sounds like a super Saiyan type of thing. Yeah, that sounds fire. The tension is so high in this scene, it's just masterful. I couldn't agree more. I really couldn't agree more. I love how he's like, I have found you at last. Like, yo, oh my gosh. So, okay, am I correct with my thinking of the old man that gave Matt the dagger is indeed our boy Agenor and or Baphomet, right? Like, that is correct, isn't it? Like, I feel like that was very much like, as soon as he said I followed you here and pointed at Matt, I was like, oh shit, it's the old man that gave him the dagger. Like maybe I'm tripping, but that's definitely what I thought very quickly. Especially because they talked about bro looking like Palpatine, and that's the very thing that I thought of when we met other old bro in the city. I was like, oh shit, it's Emperor Palpatine, and that's the same vibe that I got from this dude. Agenor. I was not ready for 9 to be so with the shit like that, and then just like get straight mollywopped though. Poor thing. Wait, what's going on? Oh, here we go. Everyone went into action mode and the Forsaken was unbothered, and that is definitely something that they should have been paying attention to. Like, my guy, if you guys are doing battle cry, full blown blitzkrieg charge, and Mans is standing there watching you unbothered, then bro, we need to definitely you know what I mean? We definitely need to do something about that. I was not ready for the Green Man to be with the shit. And right here I wrote, the Green Man murdered a Forsaken and sacrificed himself, and his body turned into a huge tree, marking the tomb of a legend. Best thing I've ever heard of in my life. Underline that shit. Agenor was even stunned. He didn't even know what to do. He was like, yo, what's happening? I love that. Not conforming nor denying, but the guy they met in Shadar Logoth was Mordeth. That's right, that was Mordeth. Okay, I remember. My bad. My initial nerd brain is always trying to make connections with different things, so sometimes I throw a little bit of the logic out the window on the first draft. But that is right, that was Mordeth, and I remember that. I was like, yo, you gonna take something from someone named Mordeth, my guy? Come on. Mordeth gave him the dagger, and then Matt was like, I technically didn't take it from him. I found it already. Like, Moraine said those deep in the shadow would be able to sense the wrongness. That's very true. That is very true. That is very true. I forgot about that. That's true. And I love how they talk about Egwene here. Puny, untrained wielding from Egwene. Like, bro, why did they do her like that? They did her so dirty. I was not ready. Agenor walked through the flames, then Moiraine started screaming, yo. I was not prepared for that at all. I was just so not prepared. It was definitely insane. Okay. All right. Yo. Haha. Yo, chapter 50 was freaking crazy. Freaking fire. I really loved it. I think chapter 50 is definitely one of my favorite chapters. I'm not gonna lie to you. There was just so much in it. So much going down. The crazy reveals were insane. I just didn't know what to do, honestly. My mind was freaking blown. My mind literally was blown in this chapter. I was like, oh my god. Like, what in the hell is happening? And we found out what in the hell was happening very, very quickly. And it just was super hype city. Yo, I just really was not prepared for it. Yo, for real, just was not prepared for it. All right. It is time. It's time. Another amazing chapter here. Let's get it. It's time for...
Chapter 51. Against the Shadow.
Bro, chapter 51 is definitely one of them chapters, okay? Chapter 51 had me completely discombobulated. Like, discombobulated for sure. I was like, oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying, though? It was definitely this is just too good. Oh, this is just too good. Oh, man. Here we go. Man, I don't want to listen to I want to listen to the whole chapter, but I know we can't. Yeah, I literally want to listen to this entire chapter. Yeah, I want to listen to this entire chapter. How many pages is that? I might just skip a couple times.
Stone falling away. He did not dare look back, but he heard the rocks bounding and rebounding from the sheer wall, just as his body would if he moved another inch. It was the first he knew that he had been backing up, away from the Forsaken. His skin crawled until he thought he must see it writhing if he looked, if he could only take his eyes off the Forsaken. There has to be some way to get away from him. Some way to escape. There has to be. Some way. Suddenly he felt something. Saw it, though he knew it was not there to see. A glowing rope ran off from Agenor, behind him. White, like sunlight seen through the purest cloud. Heavier than a blacksmith's arm, lighter than air. Connecting the Forsaken to something distant beyond knowing. Something within the touch of Rand's hand. The rope pulsed, and with every throb, Agenor grew stronger, more fully fleshed, a man as tall and strong as himself, a man harder than the warder, more deadly than the blight. Yet beside that shining cord, the Forsaken seemed almost not to exist. The cord was all. It hummed. It sang. It called Rand's soul. One bright finger strand lifted away, drifted, touched him, and he gasped. Light filled him, and heat that should have burned, yet only warmed as if it took the chill of the grave from his bones. The strand thickened. I have to get away. No! Agenor shouted. You shall not have it! It is mine! Rand did not move, and neither did the Forsaken, yet they fought as surely as if they grappled in the dust. Sweat beaded on Agenor's face, no longer withered, no longer old, that of a strong man in his prime. Rand pulsed with the beating in the cord, like the heartbeat of the world. It filled his being. Light filled his mind, till only a corner was left for what was himself. He wrapped the void around that nook, sheltered in emptiness. Away! Mine! Aginor cried. Mine! Warmth built in Rand, the warmth of the sun, the radiance of the sun, bursting, the awful radiance of light, of the light. Away! Mine! Flames shot from Aginor's mouth, broke through his eyes like spears of fire, and he screamed, Away! And Rand was no longer on the hilltop. He quivered with the light that suffused him. His mind would not work. Light and heat blinded it. The light. In the midst of the void, the light blinded his mind, stunned him with awe. He stood in a broad mountain pass, surrounded by jagged black peaks like the teeth of the Dark One. It was real. He was there. He felt the rocks under his boots, the icy breeze on his face. Battle surrounded him, or the tail end of battle. Armoured men on armoured horses, shining steel dusty now, slashed and stabbed at snarling Trollocs, wielding spiked axes and scythe-like swords. Some men fought afoot, their horses down, and barded horses galloped through the fight with empty saddles. Fades moved among them all, night-black cloaks hanging still, however their dark mounts galloped, and wherever their light-eating swords swung, men died. Sound beat at Rand, beat at him and bounced from the strangeness that had him by the throat. The clash of steel against steel, the panting and grunting of men and Trollocs striving, the screams of men and Trollocs dying. Over the din, banners waved in dust-filled air. The Black Hawk of Faldara, the White Heart of Shinar, others, and Trolloc banners. In just the little space around him he saw the horned skull of the Darvol, the blood-red trident of the Kokbal, the iron fist of the Daimon. Yet it was indeed the tail end of battle. A pausing, as humans and Trollocs alike fell back to regroup. None seemed to notice Rand as they paid a few last strokes and broke away, galloping or running in a stagger to the ends of the pass. Rand found himself facing the end of the pass where the humans were reforming, pennants stirring beneath gleaming lance points. Wounded men wavered in their saddles, riderless horses reared and galloped. Plainly they could not stand another meeting, yet just as plainly they readied themselves for one final charge. Some of them saw him now. Men stood in their stirrups to point at him. Their shouts came to him as tiny piping. Staggering, he turned. The forces of the Dark One filled the other end of the pass, bristling black pikes and spear points swelling up onto mountain slopes made blacker still by the great mass of Trollocs that dwarfed the army of Shinar. Fades in hundreds rode across the front of the horde, the fierce, muzzled faces of Trollocs turning away in fear as they passed, hued bodies pulling back to make way. Overhead, Drag-Car wheeled on leathery pinions, shrieks challenging the wind. Halfmen saw him now, too, pointed, and Drag-Car spun and dove, 2, 3, 6 of them, crying shrilly as they plummeted toward him. He stared at them. Heat filled him. The burning heat of the touched sun. He could see the Drag-Car clearly, soulless eyes in pale men's faces on winged bodies that had nothing of humanity about them. Terrible heat. Crackling heat. From the clear sky, lightning came, each bolt crisp and sharp, searing his eyes, each bolt striking a winged black shape. Hunting cries became shrieks of death, and charred forms fell to leave the sky clean again. The heat. The terrible heat of the light. He fell to his knees. He thought he could hear his tears sizzling on his cheeks. No! He clutched at tufts of wiry grass for some hold on reality. The grass burst in flame. Please! No! The wind rose with his voice, howled with his voice, roared with his voice down the pass, whipping the flames to a wall of fire that sped away from him and toward the Trolloc host faster than a horse could run. Fire burned into the Trollocs, and the mountains trembled with their screams, screams almost as loud as the wind and his voice. It has to end! He beat at the ground with his fist, and the earth tolled like a gong. He bruised his hands on stony soil, and the earth trembled. Ripples ran through the ground ahead of him in ever-rising waves, waves of dirt and rock towering over Trollocs and Fades, breaking over them as the mountains shattered under their hooved feet. A boiling mass of flesh and rubble churned across the Trolloc army. What was left standing was still a mighty host, but now no more than twice the human army in numbers, and milling in fright and confusion. The wind died. The screams died. The earth was still. Dust and smoke swirled back down the pass to surround him. The light blinds you, Baalzamon! This has to end! It is not here. It was not Rand's thought, making his skull vibrate. I will take no part. Only the Chosen One can do what must be done, if he will. Where? He did not want to say it, but he could not stop himself. Where? The haze surrounding him parted, leaving a dome of clear, clean air 10 spans high, walled by billowing smoke and dust. Steps rose before him, each standing alone and unsupported, stretching up into the murk that obscured the sun. Not here. Through the mist, as from the far end of the earth, came a cry. The light wills it! The ground rumbled with the thunder of hooves as the forces of humankind launched their last charge. Within the void, his mind knew a moment of panic. The charging horsemen could not see him in the dust. Their charge would trample right over him. The greater part of him ignored the shaking ground as a petty thing beneath concern. Dull anger driving his feet, he mounted the first steps. It has to be ended. Darkness surrounded him. The utter blackness of total nothing. The steps were still there, hanging in the black, under his feet and ahead. When he looked back, those behind were gone, faded away to nothing, into the nothingness around him. But the cord was yet there, stretching behind him, the glowing line dwindling and vanishing into the distance. It was not so thick as before, but it still pulsed, pumping strength into him, pumping life, filling him with the light. He climbed. It seemed forever that he climbed. The chamber, too, was as he remembered. When he looked at the mirror on the wall, his face was there, as clear as if it was him. There is calm in the void. Yes, Baalzamon said from in front of the fireplace.
Oh, shit.
I thought Aginor's greed would overcome him. But it makes no difference in the end. A long search, but ended now. You are here, and I know you. In the midst of the light, the void drifted, and in the midst of the void floated Rand. He reached for the soil of his home, and felt hard rock, unyielding and dry, stone without pity, where only the strong could survive, only those as hard as the mountains. I am tired of running. He could not believe his voice was so calm. Tired of you threatening my friends. I will run no more. Baalzamon had a cord too, he saw. A black cord, thicker by far than his own, so wide it should have dwarfed the human body, yet dwarfed by Baalzamon instead. Each pulse along that black vein ate light. You think it makes any difference whether you run or stay? The flames of Baalzamon's mouth laughed. The faces in the hearth wept at their master's mirth. You have fled from me many times, and each time I run you down and make you eat your pride with snivelling tears for spice. Many times you have stood and fought, then grovelled in defeat, begging mercy. You have this choice, worm, and this choice only. Kneel at my feet and serve me well, and I will give you power above thrones. Or be Tar-Valon's puppet fool and scream while you are ground into the dust of time. Rand shifted, glancing back through the door as if seeking a way to escape. Let the Dark One think that. Beyond the doorway was still the black of nothing, split by the shining thread that ran from his body. And out there, But Alzamond's heavier cord ran as well, so black that it stood out in the dark as if against snow. The two cords beat like heart veins in countertime against each other, the light barely resisting the waves of dark. "There are other choices," Rand said. "The wheel weaves the pattern, not you. Every trap you've laid for me, I have escaped. I've escaped your Fades and Trollocs, escaped your dark friends. I tracked you here and destroyed your army on the way. You do not weave the pattern." But Alzamond's eyes roared like two furnaces. His lips did not move, but Rand thought he heard a curse screamed at Agenor. Then the fires died, and that ordinary human face smiled at him in a way that chilled even through the warmth of the light. "Other armies can be raised, fool. Armies you have not dreamed of will yet come. And you tracked me? You, slug under a rock, track me? I began the setting of your path the day you were
Sir,
born.
what?
A path to lead you to your grave
Boy,
or here. Aiel allowed to flee and one to live, to speak the words that would echo down the years. Jane Farstrider, a hero. He twisted the word to a sneer. Whom I painted like a fool and sent to the Ogier, thinking he was free of me. The Black Aja, wriggling like worms on their bellies across the world to search you out. I pull the strings, and the Amelin seat dances and thinks she controls events. The void trembled. Hastily Rand firmed it again. He knows it all. He could have done. It could be the way he says. The light warmed the void.
Bruh. Like,
Doubt cried out and was stilled, till only the seed remained. He struggled, not knowing whether he wanted to bury the seed or make it grow. The void steadied, smaller than before, and he floated in calm. But Alzamond seemed to notice nothing. "It matters little if I have you alive or dead, except to you, and to what power you might have. You will serve me, or your soul will. But I would rather have you kneel to me alive than dead. A single fist of Trollocs sent to your village when I could have sent 1,000. One dark friend to face you where 100 could come on you asleep. And you, fool, you don't even know them all. Neither those ahead, nor those behind, nor those by your side.
bruh.
You are mine. Have always been mine. My dog on a leash. And I brought you here to kneel to your master or die. And let your soul kneel.
Woo.
I deny you. You have no power over me, and I will not kneel to you, alive or dead. Look, Baalzamon said. Look! Unwilling, Rand yet turned his head. Egwene stood there, and Nynaeve, pale and frightened with flowers in their hair. And another woman, little older than the wisdom, grey-eyed and beautiful, clothed in a Two Rivers dress, bright blossoms embroidered round the neck. "Mother," he breathed, and she smiled, a hopeless smile. His mother's smile. "No. My mother is dead, and the other two are safe, away from here. I deny you!" Egwene and Nynaeve blurred, became wafting mist, dissipated. Kari Althor still stood there, her eyes big with fear. "She, at least," Baalzamon said, "is mine to do with as I will." Rand shook his head.
God.
"I deny you." He had to force the words out. "She is dead, and safe from you in the light." His mother's lips trembled. Tears trickled down her cheeks. Each one burned him like acid. "The Lord of the Grave is stronger than he once was, my son," she said. "His reach is longer. The Father of Lies has a honeyed tongue for unwary souls. My son, my only darling son. I would spare you if I could, but he is my master now. His whim, the law of my existence. I can but obey him and grovel for his favour. Only you can free me. Please, my son, please help me. Help me. Help me. Please! The wail ripped out of her as barefaced fades, pale and eyeless, closed round. Her clothes ripped away in her bloodless hands, hands that wielded pincers and clamps and things that stung and burned and whipped against her naked flesh. Her scream would not end. Rand's scream echoed hers. The void boiled in his mind. His sword was in his hand. Not the heron mark blade, but a blade of light. A blade of the light. Even as he raised it, a fiery white bolt shot from the point, as if the blade itself had reached out. It touched the nearest fade, and blinding canescence filled the chamber, shining through the half-men like a candle through paper, burning through them, blinding his eyes to the scene. From the midst of the brilliance, he heard a whisper. "Thank you, my son. The light. The blessed light." The flash faded, and he was alone, in the chamber with Baalzamon. Baalzamon's eyes burned like the pit of doom, but he shied back from the sword as if it truly were the light itself. "Fool! You will destroy yourself. You cannot wield it so. Not yet. Not until I teach you."
Bruh.
"It is ended," Rand said, and he swung the sword at Baalzamon's black cord. Baalzamon screamed as the sword fell, screamed till the stone walls trembled, and the endless howl redoubled as the blade of light severed the cord. The cut ends rebounded apart as if they had been under tension. The end, stretching into the nothingness outside, began to shrivel as it sprang away. The other whipped back into Baalzamon, hurling him against the fireplace. There was silent laughter in the soundless shrieks of the tortured faces. The walls shivered and cracked. The floor heaved, and chunks of stone crashed to the floor from the ceiling.
Laughter, bruh.
As it all broke apart around him, Rand pointed the sword at Baalzamon's heart. "It is ended!" Light lanced from the blade, coruscating in a shower of fiery sparks like droplets of molten white metal. Wailing, Baalzamon threw up his arms in a vain effort to shield himself. Flames shrieked in his eyes, joining with other flames as the stone ignited. The stone of the cracking walls, the stone of the pitching floor, the stone showering from the ceiling. Rand felt the bright thread attached to him thinning, till only the glow itself remained. But he strained harder, not knowing what he did, or how, only that this had to be ended. It has to be ended. Fire filled the chamber, a solid flame.
That was crazy.
He could see Baalzamon withering like a leaf, hear him howling, feel the shrieks grating on his bones. The flame became pure white light, brighter than the sun. Then the last flicker of the thread was gone, and he was falling, through endless black and Baalzamon's fading howl. Something struck him with tremendous force, turning him to jelly, and the jelly shook and screamed from the fire raging inside. The hungry cold, burning without end.
Oh my goodness, yo. Oh man, this chapter from chapter 51, yo, is just insane. Yo, chapter 51 was insane, y'all. Let me know how you guys are feeling about chapter 51. Yo, let me know how you feel. Let me know how you feel. I'm pumped. Chapter 51 was so good. So good. Straight battle the entire time. Hell yeah. Hell y'all. You feel me? Yes. Give me more. Give me more. I need so much more. Let me know how you guys are feeling about this section, yo. I love how it said how he start with fear lent his strength. Fear lent his legs strength. Like, bro, he would not be moving if he wasn't terrified. Oh man. And the way that Robert Jordan explains him running away with like the gravel under his feet and stuff like that, I just really love that at the beginning of the chapter as well. And that boy Agenor was straight moving like Jason. And now, am I tripping or does the cord, like, the first thing I thought when I saw Agenor's cord, I was like, is he draining Moiraine to restore himself, or like draining someone to restore his own health? That's initially what I thought the cord was. And I was like, so is the shiny cord feeding Agenor or something? And then Agenor didn't want Rand to touch the power. And that was also super weird. And then Baalzamon also had a cord. Well, he had more than one cord, really. He didn't just have one cord. He had multiple cords. Yeah, he had multiple cords. And then that boy Rand teleported. Okay, he either teleported or was teleported. You know what I mean? Like, he either teleported by his own, by his own will, or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, or not. Or he was teleported by someone else in order to do the stuff that he did, in turn breaking more seals or something like that, you know? And it was definitely interesting that bro had more than more than one chord. That was wild to me that Baalzamon had multiple chords. And then I believe even Rand had a chord, right? Are they like siphoning the energy or something? Like, but I just don't understand that. Okay, so they gotta be siphoning energy. What else would that cord be? The cord is like a funnel type shit, yeah? Almost like what's it called when you get gas from a car? Oh yeah, that's called siphoning. Yeah, so it's like a siphon. But what? I don't know where the siphon is going to, but it's definitely siphoning something. The wheel weaves the pattern, not you. That shit was fire. My man said, "You have tracked me. I have been every voice you have ever heard." And then there's a lot of mention of the void. It's been Baalzamon all along. It was definitely messed up for bro to have like his mom's soul. Like, bro, the dark one is a menace, bro. Why do you have on? Why do you like, bro? Why, like his mother's soul was brought back to serve the dark one? That's crazy. Immediately, I was like, bruh, don't do anything that could help her because it's all a ruse. So when he cuts the cord, I'm like, like he's all happy and excited about it, and I'm like, bruh, I don't know. Like one of those was a cord, but maybe the other one was a ball and chain. You know, like it's a reason why he had two. And I don't think he might have cut the right one. You know, maybe he cut the one that was chaining the dark one instead of the one that the dark one was using to siphon. I don't know. But it just seemed like very interesting. And then I love the term of a blade of light and then how it's like a blade of the light. Yeah, buddy. I like that. And my boy Balzamon's like, you can't wield until I teach you. Like, bro, what? That's crazy. That's crazy. Bruh's a menace. And then I definitely wrote down silent laughter because I was like, what the hell is silent laughter about? Well, who is silently laughing and why are they doing that? Like, that's super interesting, and I definitely need some answers as to why that's happening currently. Like, who the hell is silently laughing and why? I just feel like it's a lot of shenanigans going on there. Throbbing white pulses coming off him. What? I'm telling you, there was some spicy shit going on in this section. This section is so trippy. I agree. It is very trippy, and I love that. When Rand reaches for the soil of his home is such a great foreshadower. Ooh, a great foreshadowing. I'm always impressed someone wrote this in the 80s. It seems so trippy and ages so well. I mean, the 80s is a good trippy time. He claims to be messing with the Amberlin seat. Yeah, I definitely see that. Like, yeah, he's definitely messing with the Amberlin seat. He's definitely got some ends on the Aes Sedai. At least that's what he's saying. But I mean, man said a lot because he loves to hear himself talk. Like, bro is a category 5 yapper. Always interesting to hear a guy who calls himself father of lies say. Always interesting to hear what a guy who calls himself the father of lies says and see what truths he weaves into his lies. Facts. So what do you think the chords are? I think that the chords are siphons or chains on the one power or something like that, you know? I mean, the way that the one power is shown in the show is like they're like harnessing energy, right? It seems like they're harnessing energy. So I feel like the opposite of that would be to siphon energy rather than to harness it. So that's kind of my vibe of what I think is going on there. This is my favorite chapter. I feel that though. This is a good ass chapter. Agenor is draining the eye of the world, a pure pool of Sidene. Is that what everyone was doing? What? Is that what everyone was doing? Oh, we gotta mention all caps voice. Did you notice? Yes, I noticed that the all caps voice was another voice in Rand's head talking to Rand. That's what it seemed like to me. Someone definitely was giving him some pointers or something. Maybe it was Logain. I don't know why they would be connected, but the chords are representation of a connection to a power. Okay. Raffo on the black chords, but you can maybe take a guess. I think I took all of my guesses. It's implied that souls are trapped in the bricks or the fireplace. They probably enjoy watching Baalzamon lose. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I didn't know if it was that or if it was like Baalzamon laughing about what was going on. Like, ah ha ha. Bruh, if you only knew what you just did, baby boy. Put a pin in all caps, voice, and remember it. All right, yeah, bro. But chapter 51 was definitely peak. I loved it. It was awesome. I think they did a really good job yet again with that chapter. Really getting us in there like swimwear and letting us know what we need to get into and what we need to go. And it's literally the greatest way they could have like ended it in a way. I know that's not the end of it, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, that was insane. Freaking crazy, yo. All right, I am ready to continue the discussion, yo. I am ready to continue the discussion, and I hope you guys are ready to continue the discussion too. But before we do... I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and I'm here with my bro.
Yo, y'all already know it's Vane DeVito, bro. We up in here, man. Today, we came with a little surprise for y'all, which was a little surprise for us as well.
Facts.
And we've been waiting on this surprise. So y'all see it. Y'all see it.
You feel me?
Little delivery box
We
right
got the
there.
little box
You know what I mean?
from none other than Glitch Energy, yo.
Yo, big glitch out here. You know what I'm saying?
Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Shake it like a saw, shake it like a glitch, shake it like a glitch, shake it like a glitch.
We in there.
Ooh, it smelled dumbass good.
Fire? Ooh.
This is the starter kit. I believe it starts at $15. We got the shaker, 5 flavors. I'm not sure if that's how it comes. That's what they sent to us. So we definitely appreciate that. But y'all definitely check it out. Tell us what your favorite flavor is if you've already tried it.
I'm on go mode, go mode. I'm on go mode, go mode. Bitch, I'm on go mode, go.
Alrighty, ladies and gents, gents and ladies, let's get it in. It's time for...
Chapter 52. There is neither beginning nor end.
Bro. There is neither beginning nor end. What a freaking fire name for a chapter. What a fire name for a chapter, bro. And the first thing I have written down going into this chapter is, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on here? I was so confused. And they're like, yo, Shaitan is dead. But, like, he wasn't, though. Is he? And then he's like, yo, and then Rand, for some reason, forgets who he is and forgets, like, Egwene. And then he pulls up on Egwene, Nine, and Moiraine. You know, like, and they're like talking, and then everyone immediately reacts super weirdly to Rand. And I'm like, yo, like, what? Does anybody know where this man has been or what happened? Like, did they think he was dead? And then we find out that the freaking patch weakened and let the Forsaken out. And I'm like, okay, why can't they say Shaitan? I don't know. I'm pretty sure maybe earlier we talked about them not being able to Shaitan because it gives the Dark One away, like, into your mind, basically, by saying his name. It's like letting him into your brain, if I'm not mistaken. But it was just very interesting to me that she was like, hey, why don't we just call him Baalzamon? Like, why can't we say Shaitan? Like, I'm so confused. What is his real name? And if we aren't supposed to say his name, why can't we say all these other names that are also his name? Or are we just not supposed to say Shaitan, and that's why there are hella other names? Because if you say Shaitan, it'll mess up and let him into your heart or something. I don't know. I don't know. And then it's like they're obviously scared of him, or at least timid about what's going on with Rand, because they're like, yo, what's up with this man? And then all of a sudden, randomly, Nine is dropping the catchphrase. Eve is saying the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. Like, what's happening? Eve said that? Like, what's happening right now? You know what I mean? And then, they obviously think Rand's dangerous. And then we have Moiraine flat out saying something about compelling. And I wrote it down and underlined that shit with like 3 question marks next to it, because she quite literally says, and with her eyes on him, compelling, he did. Like, what? What happened? Moiraine said. Tell me everything. And with her eyes on him, compelling, he did. He wanted to turn away to make it short, leave things out, but the Aes Sedai's eyes drew everything from him. Tears ran down his face when he came to Kari, Althor, his mother. He emphasized that. He had my mother. Okay, yeah. But yo, she flat out, like, she is flat out compelling this man. Like, it's telling us right there. With her eyes on him, compelling. He did. He wanted to turn away to make it short and leave things out, but the Aes Sedai's eyes drew everything out from him. It drew everything out from him because she was compelling him with her freaking witch eyes. Yo, it says it right here. Yo. And then she even goes on to say, I had suspicions from the first. After I gave you the token, the coin, and made that bonding, you should have been willing to fall in with whatever I wanted. But you resisted, questioned. That told me something, but not enough. Yo, she 100% compelled our boy Rand. Like, 100%. She compelled my boy immediately. Like, for sure. I could not believe it. And then not only was he like, yo, the light made me do it, the coin was also a trick. And then she brings up Bella, and you know me, I've been like tripping about these horses the whole time. And then I'm like, yo, Bella, what's going on with Bella? Why did she say Bella? And then Randon fixed Bella unknowingly. I'm like, what? So I really liked the fact that the show did add a way of him accidentally using the one power throughout the story, the same way it is within the book. He's been accidentally using the one power throughout the story. And I think they did that in actually a pretty good way. And then Moiraine is immediately talking about getting Rand to train her. I'm like, yo, what? And then she drops a hard line yet again. Can a cat teach a dog to climb trees? Like, that is such a fire term right there. He was spitting right there, for real, for real. She was spitting. I was not ready. I like how by the end of this chapter, people are still keeping secrets. Of course they are. If you say the true name of the Dark One, Shaitan, you bring his attention to you. Oh, so like okay, so a little Harry Potter, a little Lord of the Rings, all mixed into one. You know what I'm saying? A little you know, a little of both. I like that. That's actually pretty cool. Man, I think my jaw was getting tight. It's crazy. You aren't supposed to say. Oh, I just said that. Okay, this isn't actual compulsion. This is just Moiraine being a hard ass woman. Nah. I don't agree. I disagree. Nah, she straight up compulsed that man. She compulsively compelled him. He wanted to turn away to make it sure, leave things out, but the Aes Sedai's eyes drew everything from him. And then she's like, yeah, I knew something was up. I tried to compel you before and it didn't work, but, you know, I don't know. I tried to totally compel you the last time, but it didn't work. What? So does that mean she also did it on everyone else around her? Like, did she do it to the other boys? Because now that we think about it, who has not been arguing with her the entire time? I mean, well, each of them have their own thing going on, though, so I guess it's different. You know, I don't know, though. I don't know. Everybody else was definitely rocking with it, and everybody was rocking with it a lot more than he was. I think she just straight up was compelling. I think she straight up made it happen. For real, for real. You're entitled to your own opinion, however wrong. What? So what is the act of having compulsion on you? Is it not? Compelled and compulsed, and it's very similar. I'm just saying. I mean, the definitions are very, very close to each other. Compel, force, or oblige someone to do something. Compulsion, the action or state of forcing or being forced to do something. I don't know, Marisu. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I didn't write these words. I'm just saying the meanings of them. So, if she compelled him to do it, I don't know. 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 Yo. But the can a cat teach a dog to climb trees is a hard line. I just wasn't ready for that. Rand is scared. The Amerlin seat's gonna use him. He told her everything. And then she says a tool is made for a purpose, and a man who believes the father of the lie is crazy. I was like, damn, she's dropping bar after bar on his ass. And he was just like, And then Moiraine, Nine, and Eggy are all locked in together. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're all locked in and rocking. I'm like, hey, yo, whoa. And then Rand and Lan get locked in, and I was ready for that. I was like, okay, this is also really cool. And then my boy Loyal was like, hey, look, I'm ready to get up out of here. I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to shake the spot. I'm ready to get swifty. So please, can we do whatever we can to make that happen? And then I was like, why are Nynaeve and Egwene also very good at lying? You know? I was like, what? Why are they really good at lying? They are very, very good at being some sneaky liar pantsers. And I was like, okay, what's going on there? And then we find out that a seal is broken. And they take those pieces of the broken seal. And I believe this in the show is what our homeboy brought Moiraine. He brought her like a piece of a seal. And then that's when she kind of like started going rogue in the show, if I'm not mistaken. So I was like, oh snap, we get to see that. That's crazy to get to see. And then we have the Horn of Valyr as well making an appearance here. And then, after all of that, we also get the banner of the Lord of the Morning, who is the dragon. Like, the Lord of the Morning is the dragon. And I think the Lord of the Morning had been mentioned before. And I don't know if I knew that the Lord of the Morning in that state was the dragon. Like, I didn't know that that's what the Lord of the Morning was. And maybe I did. But I'm really not sure if that's what was going on or not. And then the Green Man held back the Blight, which I think was awesome. And he had that tree being left in his wake, which is also amazing. And then I love how Rand was like, I think maybe that's in the next chapter, so let me relax. But the thing that I really liked that we kind of ended this chapter with was, where's it at? Oh no, that's the end of the book. I went too far. Was sleep and dream of home. Like, sleep and dream of home, I love that. Like, sleep and dream of home is beautiful. I didn't even know I still. I didn't know there was something in there. Yeah, Sleep and Dream of Home is awesome, and I love that we ended that chapter with that. That was really nice, yo. So that's chapter 52. And I really appreciated it. My mother was the same way as crazy. She's making the Puss in Boots face at him is also crazy. Compulsion is super illegal. She wouldn't just admit to it if that's what she was doing. Okay, but here's what I'm saying. Okay? The coin thing, I wasn't even really thinking about the coin thing, right? The coin thing is her way of getting around compulsion because it's super illegal. The coin can damn near be called the coin of compulsion. Like, that's what it can be called for the way that she was using it and what she was talking about, right? Like, that's basically the way you can look at it. So while she may have not been compelling with the coin specifically, I do believe that the word compelling with her eyes and all of that is put there specifically. You know what I mean? For a word, for a reason. And while she could be forcing him to say it with her eyes, that is very possible. And he's just using the word compelling there, like just to for the sake of the word compelling. I feel like it's too much of a coincidence for her to then talk about using the coin of compulsion against them, and to have that word of compel also be like 2 paragraphs right before that sentence is said. You know what I mean? So, and she didn't say that, and of course we know that she can't lie, so she can twist her words how she wants to. And she didn't say that she would, it was gonna compel him to do anything. She was just gonna say, yo, with that coin, you should have been trying to do what I was, whatever I was saying, but you didn't. So that obviously showed me that you were strong and you could channel. So I'm like, hey, yo, what's going on here? To be clear, I don't know for sure, I suppose. Oh, okay. Okay, time to talk about the seals. You were not waiting, Mari said, okay, you said seal? Let's talk about it. In the show, there are 8 seals, and each seal contains a Forsaken. In the books, it's completely different. Oh, it is? Because I know that there's 13 seals. I'm pretty sure that's what they said, that there's like 13 of them or something. And then I'm pretty sure they also said that there were a couple of them broke or something. In the books, the Dark One and all 13 Forsaken are trapped in the same prison, and that prison has 7 seals. As the seals weaken and break, the Forsaken near the edge are able to walk free. Oh, okay. So basically you got like the seals being the prison system, and the maximum security prisoners are the last ones that are able to be let out, but the ones in Gen Pop are the ones that are able to kind of get free first. And that's why the 2 Forsaken that we just met got split at doodled, because they're not maximum security prisoners. They're not something to like. There's something to worry about, but they ain't the big bads. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm pretty sure that you could see that pretty quickly as well from how they was looking, all fragile, weak, brittle boned, ugly, just all of it. They was looking real bad. They was looking real toe up from the flow down, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So I feel that. I feel that for sure. That's wild though. I like that. I wonder why they changed it. I wonder why they changed it. It's like a prison wall that's 6 bricks thick instead of 7. But within each brick is another person type of thing. Like brick wall person, brick wall person, brick wall person. Like brick wall person. Is it that type of vibe? Because that would make a lot of sense. That would definitely make a lot of sense. I like that. I'm here for that as well. It makes sense in the show too, is really what I'm saying. Is like I'm here for how it is in the show, and I'm here for how it is here. I think I like it both ways, but this way, the way that you're talking about, I don't really understand fully what that is. So I guess I will figure it out a little bit later. But right now, it also still sounds good. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's like, hey, yo, there's a crack in the gate. We're running through that thing. It kind of reminds me of damn, what is it called? Lock and Key, right? Because they have like the keys, and then the people that are on the other side of the thing, and then the closer they are, the faster they they come out of the thingamajigger and all that type of stuff. That's kind of the vibe that it reminds me of, just off of, similarities. Also, the seals are handheld. Okay, I was gonna say, why does it seem like they're so small? You know what I mean? Like, cause she's like picking up the seal like in her hands, and it's like broken, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's a very small piece of something. But like, I didn't understand that. But now I'm like, damn, the show made them freaking gigantic monolith seals, like stone monolith seals, and it's like, damn, what is the point of that? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing, baby? Like, what are we doing? Super crazy. Yeah, I really was not ready. And I don't think there really was a way for me to be ready. Like, honestly. Ow. So that was 52. That was chapter 52. It's wild how different the books are, and yet not. Yeah, that's how I feel. It's kind of insane. Like, the show writers, they did a pretty damn good job of like really finessing the whole situation. Like, it's completely different. It's completely different and the same, to where you guys can enjoy almost a new show, but it's not a new show at all because you know all the things that are going to happen, right? I mean, it's insane to me. I guess we can talk more about it towards the end, but it's insane to me how little Ishii was in this, and how Ishii was like one of the best parts of the show, right? Like, to me, that's wild, because he was such a good part of the show. Like, a pivotal role in the show type of vibe, you know what I mean? And then we get here, and it's like, no, it's not pivotal at all. Like, he's not even in the first book. He's not in the first book. We just hear him mentioned. Maybe was he in the prologue? I think he was just in the prologue, actually. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not mentioned like at all. And then in the show, we see him the entire time doing all this stuff. Like, we know it's him. That's the dark. That's like pretending to be the dark one. All these other things, all these other snippets and snoopets. And it's kind of wild that none of that stuff is the same here. But I also like it. But I also like it a lot. For real. Like, I like it a lot. Like, I like it a lot. And it's like, yo, what are we doing? Like what are we doing, baby? Like, what are we doing? Was Ishii not in this? Agenor said he's already. Yeah, I know he said that he's already been walking around, and I know he probably was in this somewhere. But I'm more like referring to how prevalent he was in the first season, to how like sneakily he was put in here instead. You know what I mean? Like, he may still be the one that was doing all the dream sequences and all that type of stuff. That still may have been him, but the fact that we didn't get that reveal is kind of wild, you know? But everything was different, and everything's so different and the same. It's really not, it's not surprising though at the same time. It's really not surprising though. All right. Oh. Yep, here we go. And now for the final chapter, yo. And now for the final chapter. This is insane.
Chapter 53. The Wheel Turns.
Man, I think this is a really good way to kind of end a crazy whiplash of a book. This like a crazy whiplash of a left and a right, going back and forth, up and down, swiggity swooty. Like, all of it was just so fantastic. And one of the things that I really loved starting off with chapter 53 is how the loss was kind of shown in the terrain. It wasn't something that was inherently like, it wasn't inherently just, oh, we lost. You know what I mean? Like, Rand believes they won. He's thinking something completely different. But as they leave the Blight, they see something. You know, they see that they haven't won as much as they thought they did. Right? Like, Rand thought it would have been an immediate something going on right there at the Blight, but it's not just yet. And then we get that beautiful combination. We get that beautiful like R.I.P. Tree Brother. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I felt. It was like R.I.P. Tree Brother, and then Tree Brother's spirit mixes with the sound of Loyal's song, and I believe that is what causes everything else to start changing at that point, you know? Because I believe later on, Ingtar, I think that's his name, even asks, like, yo, the Green Man must have had something to do with it. And they're like, oh, he's gone. But it's like, yo, I believe that that it was the song that usually is made to build, right? Like, the Ogier song is made to build, and you mix that song that is made to build with a, you know, spirit from someone who is, you know, made for growth. And I feel like that is what kind of kickstarts everything else with the beauty and all that other stuff. And it was amazing. And then as soon as we are finished with that lovely tribute, I guess you can say, to our man Tree Brother, we see them start moving more strategically. They move in like a battle ready unit formation, using everyone's abilities for the sake of how they're riding, right? We have Matt in the back to be able to use his bow. We have this person here, here for the axe, and it just all works really cool. And then Spring comes back with a freaking vengeance, and just, oh, bruh, And then it's just like we feel like we win, right? It's like the light has conquered the shadow. King Esau is strong with the light. Like everybody is hyped. Everybody is rocking. Everybody is juiced. There's trumpets playing. You know, people are saying the Age of Legends has come back, which is a crazy thing to say. And then we have the craziest part to me. Rand gets morning stars draped around his neck, my guy. Like, like, oh baby, oh honey. Like, yes, sir. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Like, what else are we gonna say? Like, we might as well just spell it out here, baby. We can't spell it out anymore. They put morning stars on my guy because he is the new morning star. You dig what I'm saying? Like, whoa. And then of course we come back to Ingtar also being mad as that was hilarious. Ingtar was like, I made it back too late. By an hour, actually. Yo, and he's the only person that was like not happy and celebrating, other than the Lord guy. You know, the Lord wasn't happy either. They both weren't happy. But, you know, despite all the people being happy and the ones that weren't happy, everyone was still very much worried about Moiraine, about the Aes Sedai, and making sure that she was all right, trying to figure out where she went, what's going on. And then everyone's like, yo, did we win? And then our boy, Lord, what's his name, proceeds to tell us that he saw Rand basically as a pillar of light going Super Saiyan. He doesn't know it's Rand, though. You know, we seen Super Rand, and bruh split open the land and killed the freaking Trolloc army. What? My man said the light took on flesh. That was Rand, my boy. Agilmar, Lord Agilmar, saw Rand but as a being of light. Like, holy cannoli. And the green man is dead and the eye of the world is closed. Like, wow. There's not a better way to say we won the battle but not the war, my guy. Like, and I really, really enjoyed how Rand doesn't just kind of disappear, you know? After all of that's going, he's like kind of training with Lan for a little while. He talks to Egwene and lets her know he's gonna leave. He doesn't just kind of disappear. Everyone is now going to Tarvalon together, and Moiraine has been avoiding Rand because she knows bruh is the dragon reborn, and is like, yo, what the heck are we about to do? And finally, we see that Rand is just scared to be around everyone. You know, he knows that he channeled, and when you channel, bro, you have the possibility of, you know, smacking the people that you love the most. So he had to do something. And then Rand's like, I'm never going home. Ever, ever, ever. Never, ever, ever, never. In Agelmar's private garden, under a thick bower dotted with white blossoms, Moiraine shifted on her bedchair. The fragments of seal lay on her lap, and the small gem she sometimes wore in her hair spun and glittered on its gold chain from the ends of her fingers. The faint blue glow faded from the stone, and a smile touched her lips. It had no power in itself, the stone, but the first use she had ever learned of the one power. As a girl, in the royal palace in Carrion, was using the stone to listen to people when they thought they were too far off to be overheard. The prophecies will be fulfilled, the Aes Sedai whispered. The dragon is reborn. Like, bruh, here she is being this sneaky little sneakerooski, literally listening to conversations around her. Like, so this is how she knows everything as well. Like, bro, we get so much, we see so much more with this, man. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy how much finesse Moiraine was utilizing throughout the duration of this book. Like, she was finessing everyone and everything as much as she could all of the time. And it's like, yeah, I get it because it is dire times, but damn, like, damn, girl, like, you are always doing something. Like, you are always doing something. And that's how we end the book. She's like, hey, the dragon is reborn, baby boy. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. And it's like, damn, that's crazy. Yo, Moiraine is lit. Yo, I love it. I love it. This book was so good, man. This book was fantastic. I really wasn't ready. I'm not going to lie to you. I really wasn't ready for how good this was going to be. And it is fantastic. Truthfully fantastic. This book is this is my number one right now. I mean, when it comes to novels and when it comes to books, this is the best book I've ever read. This is like hands down the best book I've ever read. Like, I am so excited to continue on this journey of reading more more of the Wheel of Time, The Eye of the World. Like, this is a fantastic book. And the fact that this book is older than me and is still amazing to this day, I'm like, yeah, yo, like, a lot of you guys were reading this book before I was even alive. And that, that's awesome. And it's like, I want people to read this book. I want more people to read this for sure. It's a beautiful story. I'm not going to lie, like, I take so much inspiration from Robert Jordan. I didn't even know. Like, it's kind of insane that I've never read this book, and there's so many similarities with a lot of the stuff that I've done within my own work. But I know you guys have said a lot that other authors and other creators also have gotten inspiration from Robert Jordan. So it's like, I kind of have somehow found a lot of the people that are inspired by Robert Jordan or something. I don't know, man. But it's awesome to read this book. And like I've said this before, it gives me so much more depth to be able to view things, like, not just writing my own stuff, but even when watching other shows or watching movies or reading books or anything. Like, this book has really helped me hone in on a part that a part of my nerdism that I didn't know that I was missing out on. Like truthfully, it's amazing to be able to see these different things, or to catch on to these different things, or miss these different things and then come back and find them out. It's all so awesome. It's like all so awesome, and it just gives you so much. I think it just drives a passion that really it's a nerd furnace that we all have, and it's like you just feeding the flames and the passion just starts burning brighter. And I know that's cheesy as hell, but I really mean that shit. Like, that's the thing about being a nerd. When you come across something new, it like ignites you in a way. It's like, oh, I need to know everything about this universe. I need to know everything about the lore of this. I need to know everything about everything that pertains to anything that is connected to this. Like, that's just how it feels. And that is how I have felt every step of the way with the Wheel of Time. Even starting with the show, going from season 1 to season 2, and now going from being a watcher to a reader. It's all just propelled me to go into so many different depths that I never really thought about before, like honestly, I mean, reading this book has literally opened, like, quite literally opened the path, like, I don't know how else to say it, but opened like the pathways in my brain to be write more, to write differently, to explore with different things. And I know you guys say that this is also kind of like even though this is the first book and it's also the worst book, but not like the worst book, but in a sea of amazing, this is good. You know, I that's like basically what I've heard a lot of you guys say is like, yeah, this is a good book, but man, you're not ready for what's to come. And it's like, I can only hope that with my own stuff, I can grow like this man Robert Jordan was growing, because I mean, holy crap, this is truthfully an incredible story, and the way that the characters are torn apart, brought back together time and time again, and they're forced to kind of tear themselves down and build themselves back up in different ways, and forced to become the thing they hate, or forced to become the thing that they don't want to be, and then embrace that, and what that means for the rest of their journey is something that I'm really excited to figure out what it can transpire into. When it comes to the Wheel of Time, especially since I've already watched the show, I thought that going into this book, I was going to have a good understanding of where my footing would be, of what was going on. And I don't think I did. I think that even if I didn't watch the show, I would have had the same viewing or the same reading experience as I had with watching the show. And I think that's heavily due to all of the other things that take inspiration from the Wheel of Time. Like, because even when watching the show, I was like, oh, that reminds me of this. And then reading the book, I'm like, whoa, this reminds me of so much more than what the show reminded me of. And I can see that there were so many little nerd babies out there reading The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan, and it was expanding their little nerd brains into wanting to create so much more. And I can see so much homage paid to this series just from reading this one book and from watching the 2 seasons that we have. So I can only imagine how it is for you nerds that are super nerds out there to watch stuff and be like, oh yeah, this is the Wheel of Time or whatever. And I know that's not a bad thing, right? It's like we want other people to give us their takes on stuff and give us their spin and so on and so forth. But it's just kind of insane to be like, wow, like this literally birthed an entire mythology alike. Like it created a domino effect, I feel like. And I'm here for the domino effect. Fantastic story. Loved it from A to Z. I can't believe we're done with this book, you guys. Like, I can't believe we have actually completed The Eye of the World by, like, book 1 of The Wheel of Time. Like, I cannot believe it, yo. Like, this is freaking crazy. I am pumped, man. We finished the book. It's all, like, I don't even know what to do with myself anymore. Like it's time to reread it now. That's really how I feel. Like, I'm trying to figure out where my boy Ishii was and why we didn't get to see him. But, I mean, he's probably in the background hella. I mean, as I think about it, I know there's a couple of people that I was like, hey, yo. You know, like a couple of times, like there was a couple of dudes in cloaks and this and that and that and this, and it was like, hey, wait a minute, and this cloak was moving, and you know, all these other things were going on. So we know from the Forsaken that their cloaks also move because they're not fades. The wind only doesn't pay attention to the fades. So that dude that they were in that one city with may have been Ishmael, but I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. And I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, baby, this will be a fun reread. We got our first Moiraine POV coming up. Do you remember how many POVs we get over the book? How many POVs do we have over the book? So we have Rand, of course. We have Egwene's. I'm pretty sure we get Matt's POV and Perrins. The horse. Moiraine. I think we saw another horse's POV. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it. Fran doesn't know there's 13 more books. Tune in next book for Ingtar's story. Oh, okay. Moiraine is a sneaky girl. No wonder why she's the spy Aja. Facts, though. Facts. Super sneaky. I low-key suspect a lot of Avatar, The Last Airbender, borrows from Wheel of Time. I can see that with the one thing and stuff. I can see that. That makes sense. And The Matrix 2, though that could be more coincidence, drawing from the same mythological sources. Oh. RJ is the one true heir to Tolkien. Many tried to copy Tolkien, but RJ paid homage and went beyond. Yeah, facts. Gotta pay attention to the thigh highs. Oh, wait. I remember. Wait a minute. I know we talked about someone having the thigh highs. I know we talked about someone having thigh highs before. And maybe I'm just tripping. It's been like 9 weeks. So my brain definitely is a little forgetful, but I swear I remember us talking about thigh highs. Like I know we did. We get Rand, Perrin, Nynaeve, Moiraine, Luce Theron in the prologue, and the 2 prophecies. Okay, so I was right about 7. I was just wrong about 3 of them. I forgot about Luce Theron. And what 2 prophecies? What are we talking about in 2 prophecies? I was right about 7, but I was wrong about how the 7. Oh, yeah, I know he's in the prologue. I don't count the prologue as... I mean, the prologue is the book, but it doesn't count, really, right? Like, it doesn't count. I don't think... Because I'm pretty sure even when you look at, like... You know, it's not a chapter. You know? I'm saying, like, in the chapters... You know, the earlier the prologue and the maps, they're not even numbered. So that doesn't, like, it's there and it count, but it don't really count. You know what I mean? Because it's a prologue, and the prologue is like hella years before, you know what I'm saying, what's going on there. So the 2 prophecies between the prologue and chapter 1, the 2, oh. Damn. Okay. So over the course of the entire book. Damn. But didn't we get the horses POVs? They don't count. Bella and Homeboy don't count. Aldeeb? I'm pretty sure we got Aldeeb's point of view at one point. Yeah, the earlier. Yeah, man, wonderful book. I really liked this book. This book was hella good, and I am excited to continue to read more stuff. No cap, like I am pumped. I need more Robert Jor. You feel me? Although we don't actually get Bella's POV. Oh, I thought we did though. It was like, yeah, we hella get her POV. We hella get Bella's POV because it's like, and da 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 da. This happens, and the horse and her breath. It like talks about the horse in first person, like, and the breath and my breath and da 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 da. I think, at least I think, I thought. I don't know. Are we doing a full book recap next week? Yeah, we're going to do a full book 1 recap next week. And then the week after, I don't know what we're going to do. We'll do something else the week after. But yeah, next week for sure, we're going to do a full book 1 recap. And I want to do that at 6 p.m. PST. I'm going to really try to do it. I've just been very busy, so it's been very hard to do stuff like that. But I'm going to try. I'm going to try super duper hard, yo. And I'm also going to try to, I want to go live on Friday again about my book. I think Fridays will be about my book for a little while. Superfan Fridays, I'll talk about my book and talk about other nerdy stuff. Possibly. And then when I finish it, we can do my book for book club. Shit. That would be dope. But here is the form again for that. Marisu, you might be able to fill that out. That's the one that I was trying to send you earlier. If you don't, I know you don't have a Discord, so you can just put none on there. And you ain't got to put your real name into that stuff. But I'll be able to send the book to you through this, like in this way. Because it's just a regular little form. Anybody else that would like to be an alpha reader, definitely tap in with that. We got, like I said, I got the first 5 chapters that are going to be going out real soon here. I'd love to do Book of Dust sometime. What's that? Book of Dust. Let's see. Book of Dust. Oh, the His Dark Materials one. The Book of Dust is a trilogy? Wait, is the Book of Dust the His Dark Materials trilogy? Is that the whole thing? His Dark Materials trilogy. Oh no, it's a trilogy of fantasy novels which expands his trilogy, His Dark Materials. The books further chronicle the adventures of Lyra and her battle against the theocratic organization. Oh wow. That's crazy. I'll take a gander. Yeah, you gotta just fill out the application. And then when you fill out the application, it should have the email on there, and then I could just email you the book off of that type of vibe. And it's all from it's all through my Gifts the Lands of Gafora, Stefaruski. And then I can be able to send it to you that way. I'm trying to figure out easy ways to kind of get it going like that. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to get it to people, but I don't want to be just, send it out to everybody. I want to send it out to people that I know will like read it and ask questions and go through like the other thing and like actually rate the stuff and kind of go through and say what's going there and like an actual alpha reader, But also, Marisu, you're Marisu, so I also want you to read it because you're you type of vibe. You the one that got me all into all of this stuff, Marisu. For real. Dopest mod around. Book of Dust is stuff you didn't get in the show? Ooh, that's awesome. Because I know you said that the book and the show are very, 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 like, close to each other, right? Like to where it's like, you really don't have, I don't know if it's to the point of you don't really need to read the book, you can just watch the show. You know, I don't know if it's like that, but it kind of seems like it is. Oh, you were a nerd before you knew me? Yeah, but you kind of like made it like ultra super duper. No, I mean, I'm doing book club, you know? That is like definitely because of you. I wasn't doing book club before, you feel me? I was a nerd, but I wasn't book club nerd. I'm book club nerd now. I'm book club nerd now. For surely I'm book club nerd now. I can't even argue with that. Holy shit. I forgot all about Halo. I think that was coming out tonight. Damn, that's crazy. Damn. Whoops. Damn. I might have to like go live again and do Halo, because I definitely meant to do Halo. I don't know what was going on. But yeah, man, definitely go check out that Alpha Reader application, y'all. Fill it out, please. Just all you gotta do is put your name, Discord, and your YouTube name, and then I'll send you the PDF or the EPUB, however you would like it. And then it's the first 5 chapters. It's about 17,000. And it's about 17,100 words, I think, something like that. So it's not too long, you know, and I would love the feedback. I'd love all the good stuff, all the interest and all the whatever there may be from all you lovely people that may partake in it. If you're in the Discord, you'll get access to it as well, quite quickly, coming on soon here. And you guys are definitely a vibe. I definitely appreciate you each week. It's been a vibe to be here. And, you know, I mean, book club really isn't over, but we're done with the book. So it is kind of like an end of it's not an end of everything, but it's just like the end of this portion. And it's kind of like, damn, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, damn, like, next week, we're not going to have anything new to read. So I'm excited to kind of get into the new book and to now be able to talk about this book as a whole and go back through it and talk about different stuff and just continue to nerd out with this book and maybe even do a couple rereads or do some, you know, some full chapter stuff for people that might want to, you know, jump on Patreon or something like that, because I know everyone loves it, especially with the Moiraine, with the Rosamund Pike reads. You know, that was definitely a vibe. So we gonna see. But with all that being said, I definitely appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in with me today and making it yet another fan-tiddly-tastic time. Man, you guys definitely rock. I am a little tired, I'm not going to lie, but I'm going to try. And I might do Halo right now. I'm not sure. I got to see how I'm feeling. Because right now I don't feel like I'm going to do it, but I might. And I hope all you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. I hope you have a good rest of it, okay? And as I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Sleep well and wake.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties.
We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one.
Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update,